1, 2, hello, hello. I'm going to go up on this one stage so you can all see me, because if I'm down there you won't see me, will you? You will. We're in a big echoey building, so you would think, why would I need a microphone to speak to you when you're a few feet away from me? We're live streaming this, and it'll be recorded so that we can share with people around the country and around the world the incredible talks program that we have here today. My name is Sean Parkinson. I'm the festival producer for the first ever Dundee Design Festival in Westward Works. We kind of launched the talks program today with Leslie McIntyre from Beside, which is an extraordinary concern between different specialisms, between computing, engineering and architects, all these kind of different areas of design that are coming to explore the idea of how we can redesign better care homes. As you can see in the program that you've got, there's on the back page you've got an at a glance page that lists all of the talks over the next couple of days, and you can kind of see that they follow a theme. This morning we've got, followed by this Leslie, we have another Leslie, Leslie Howells, the director of the centre manager for Maggie's Centre Dundee, and she's going to also speak about how architecture can aid the healing process. And I suppose when putting all of this together, it wasn't by accident that all of these themes emerged. What we tried to do was just capture what people were already doing, the research that was already happening in this city. So you can kind of see when you go into Gallery 2 in the V&A Museum of Design Dundee, who've been working with school groups over the last few months, asking secondary school pupils how they would redesign their school or their school environment. And that's kind of the message that we have throughout the whole of the Design Festival these next few days, is that design only works when we all design. So it's from children at primary school age and secondary school age, and as we're going to hear, right up to end-of-life care. Leslie's going to speak for about 20 to 30 minutes, and then there'll be time for some questions at the end, so think about what you'd like to ask, and we'll try to field some of them. So please welcome Leslie McIntyre.
Thank you. Thanks for that introduction. I just want to make sure, can everyone hear me okay? Yep, great. So, yeah, as Sean said, my name's Leslie. And I, for the past 3 years, along with the B-Side team, have been working in care homes for the past 3 years. And as Sean said, we're a multidisciplinary team based at the University of Dundee and at the University of Newcastle. And it crosses disciplines, so it crosses computing, architecture, design, and healthcare. And we have a major mission, and that is to try and find out what enables and disables older people in care homes. Now, if anyone tweets today, my Twitter handle is @Leslie'sBubble, or for the project, it's @B-Side Research. And for any other information about the project, we've got a really great website, which is www.bsideresearch.ac.uk. So you can check that out for different papers and different types of findings that we're finding. Now, if I just go on to the first slide. I think my glamorous assistants have handed out some little leaflets. Hopefully there's enough. And what I really want to ask is, what do you think you would want and what would you need if you lived in a care home? And again, if you tweet, if you hashtag it with care home needs, that would be brilliant. I'll be able to find it. And at the end of this presentation, I'll tell you what I think I would want, I would need if I lived in a care home. So the first insight of this talk, and the kind of mission that my whole research and practice is based around, is the fact that architecture can enable people, but architecture can also disable people. And that is regardless of any impairment or disability that you might have. And just to kind of show examples of this, I've got some from the real world. Can anyone see the problem with this? So obviously there's some kind of, I don't know if it's a tree or some kind of electric pillar in the middle of this ramp, but somewhere along the line someone has ticked the box to say that this is an accessible ramp. I can't even look at this slide. This is an HMV, and this is the carpet in an HMV. There aren't any holes or dips, it's just the pattern of the carpet that's created this effect that makes people feel sick. And of course, this is a classic picture. I help people with prams up and down stairs all the time, and I'm sure you've maybe experienced this or helped someone yourself. And these are a few others. There's the disabled parking space with, again, a lovely tree in the middle. The public toilets are down these steps for people with disabilities, and I have no idea how I would use that toilet. And plus, I wouldn't want to either. So architecture can enable and architecture can disable. And we all experience this every single day. Sometimes we don't notice it because we just accept it. But these are the things that I'm trying to find in my research. So why care homes? So we have this call to arms, I suppose. We're living in an ageing population. Every single day I'm getting older and I'm getting more wrinkles. But we need to know more about what enables and disables us as we age, because we have different needs. And we need to know this for our future well-being, for our safety, and for our independence. And we need evidence to improve architecture for ageing. There is so much guidance out there, and I've been working really closely with architects to try and understand, first of all, if it's usable, and a lot of the time it's not. It doesn't translate always that well back into design, because it lacks that kind of human aspect and that human engagement. So it lacks a story. No one can understand some of the guidance to actually translate it into design. So with B-Side, which stands for the Built Environment for Social Inclusion through the Digital Economy, quite a big, that's why I call it B-Side. We have started in care homes. We've started in the extreme of ageing. No one really at this day and age chooses to go into a care home. It's critical. It's normally the last stop. Someone has to go into a care home because of mobility, because of medical, because of different needs. And they are so expensive as well. And they don't always enable people either they don't always enable people to actually live the lives that they led before, which, okay, that can happen, but there is not even a degree of it sometimes. Now, with our research, we've been working directly with the staff, with the residents and the visitors across a range of care homes in Scotland and England. And when I say a range, I'm talking about different typologies. So I'm talking about old builds, I'm talking about new builds, I'm talking about renovated buildings, and different sizes, different economic background areas. And our mission and methods is to try and understand how we can make care homes better in the future. Care homes that you and I would want to live in, because at the minute, I hope I never ever end up in a care home. Our real mission is to actually gather the voices of the users. And this is my colleague Marianne, who's sitting over there, so she can tell you some stories about her work. She's been developing methods to actually engage with residents in care homes. Now, over 80% of the population in care homes actually have dementia or some kind of cognitive decline. So Marianne's been working really closely with the residents to try and develop ways for them to interact and ways for us to be able to actually capture their voice. I've been spending a lot of time in care homes, me and my colleague Ian. We bring the architecture side to the project. I've been proposed to, I've been given advice on how to bag a husband. I've eaten a lot of jelly babies and drank lots of cups of tea. And I've been involved in pub quizzes, craft days. We really with our research, we never just go in and take. We go in and we give back as well, because we need people to really be able to relate to us and tell us their stories, because that's how we can understand what they need. So these are two of the qualitative methods that we've been using. More quantitative one is we've also been tracing movement around the building. So our technical team, which is Sebastian, if you want to know more technical things, they've been creating an indoor localization system where sensors are placed around the building, and also residents carry sensors which correspond, and with that we're able to actually trace people as they move around. So we're able to see little hotspots, which I'll talk about later on. Basically areas where they might have struggled or been a problem, or something that they've maybe actually enjoyed or delighted in. And with these sensors, our designers have been working with the method of co-design. So Sarah, who's a really great designer, has been working with our care home residents, developing pouches for the residents to wear. So these are things that they can personalise and make their own, whether it's through colours and textures, buttons, medals. We've had, I think, a policeman as well who put his police badge on his. So really, we're trying to involve people as much as possible and develop lots of methods to actually engage people, not just go in as researchers and take our data and run. So our findings, we have so many findings, and I can only tell you a few today, but they range across different things, like functional things, like people wanting to do the dishes but not being allowed to do the dishes. Televisions, of course, being able to communicate with the outside world and actually phone residents, or phone families, having a bubble bath. Cigarettes are a big thing, and so is actually alcohol. I've used it outside, and being able to get outside is massive, and actually developing a community as well in the care home is huge. So toileting, this is one of the first things I want to talk to you about. Everyone needs to go to the toilet at least a few times a day. In a care home, it can be quite difficult because, one, sometimes the resident can't find the care home. One, maybe they can't use the door to get in. They can't actually physically by themselves go to the toilet, so sometimes they need assistance. And this is a floor plan of one of the toilets. This is quite a common floor plan of a toilet in a care home. And the issue here might not be so obvious, but sometimes an older person needs help to actually get onto the toilet. And sometimes two members of staff have to help because it helps their backs and everything else. But in this instance, this toilet is accessible because it's got, it's got a grab rail, so someone can help themselves to get up. But what this actually does is it prevents two members of staff being able to safely get to each side of the toilet and help the person on. And a lot of the times, the dignity of the residents actually jeopardised in that situation. So toilets are a huge thing. Another huge thing is circulation spaces. Circulation spaces in care homes are probably the most active hubs in the home. They're where people will go if they want to talk to someone or if they need help. People will go and sit and actually people watch there. They will go and have arguments in the hallway, but they'll also wander. And wandering is a huge thing in care homes, which we call walking for walking's sake. And some people in care homes are a lot fitter than I am because they are walking up and down these corridors on a mission, some of them, to look out the window to see what the weather's like, to go to a laundry room, to go and see if they can get something from the kitchen. And they're really, really important spaces, just as much as the lounge is an important space in the care home. This would be our equivalent of popping out onto the street or speaking to our neighbours. This is this kind of idea in a care home. This is the promenade of a care home. Another huge thing is vertical circulation. It's so important. Lifts are really important, not just for getting trolleys of food up and down or getting people up and down, but also care homes, a lot of the time, need provision to allow things like stretchers and coffins to get down and out of the care home. And this is probably one of the thing that struck me most about some of our care homes is that they're not big enough to have a stretcher or a coffin long ways. And I'm just going to leave that because it's just so sad. Because either they have to come down through the stairs and it affects everyone else in the care home, or it has to be set up on its side. Visiting, hugely, massively positive thing in care homes, and something which needs to be encouraged and supported. The amount of times I've gone into the care home and not even had somewhere to hang my coat, that's just a thing. But as soon as a resident sees someone, see someone take off their coat, they know they're going to stay for a little while. If they are able to make themselves a cup of tea, well, they'll stay longer because they'll stay till that tea's gone. And it's these types of things that need to be supported. We need to support visiting in care homes. A care home is a hugely dynamic building because it has to support the staff who work there. It also has to support the residents who live there, but it also has to support the visitors who come in every single day and actually provide so much to the community of the care home. Connections to outside is just hugely important. Sometimes in some of our care homes, people, especially on the second floor, this really sends chills down my spine, but they will never actually be outside ever again. They'll never feel the wind in their face, they'll never feel the weather, because they've just fallen out of the habit of asking to go outside because they have to ask to be physically taken outside. It's not good, is it, for well-being, really? But even just that view of having a view and something green to look at really kind of ups the spirit and the mood, as you can tell by the quote from this resident. And actually getting outside. So we have found that if you smoke, you will get outside more than someone who doesn't smoke, because it's illegal to smoke in buildings. But yeah, people who smoke, I'm not promoting smoking in any form or fashion. Maybe pretend to smoke, but don't smoke. But in care homes, people who smoke get outside more often. And they will wait. They will wait for ages. They will wait all day to be taken out for a cigarette. Now, the final insight I want to leave you with, I suppose, is good architecture has its price, but bad architecture, or no architecture at all, will cost you more. And I just don't mean in terms of budget or cost, I mean in terms of well-being and the length of time someone will stay alive, actually, in a care home. So, going back to my question, I sort of thought about this and thought, if you're going to tell me what you want and need, if you lived in a care home, I was going to tell you. And I need access to outside, and I need views outside, but I also need my dogs as well. So if I was in a care home, these are the things that I would definitely need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leslie. That was really interesting. And also, I suppose, can I just have a show of hands? Anyone who's put a relative or has a relative currently in a care home environment? Yep. So a good proportion of us. And can I ask, and this might be a difficult one, how many of us, like Leslie said at the beginning, has a fear of being put into a care home ourselves?
Oh gosh.
Okay. And I think that this is why this research is really important.
Yeah.
Just before we invited you to come on and speak, we talked a little bit about your background as an architect, and you used this word to describe what kind of architect you are, or the kind of architecture you're interested in. Can you say what that was again?
I don't know.
The ethnographic.
Yeah, the ethnographic. So I'm really interested in the user experience. And trying to capture that through different methods. And sometimes I make up the methods and they work, and sometimes I make them up and they don't work. But I'm really interested in how people interact with buildings and the urban environment. In this case, it's older people, but my previous work, I've worked with people with visual impairment and autism. And so it's really building, I feel I'm really building an evidence base, if that makes any sense, to give back to architects. And that's really what I want to do. That's my mission.
And we were just kind of saying that it seems like a strange thing that you would need to have this adjective in front of a profession that you would think that actually is listening to not just the client and being the developer, but the user. How do we design for these people that are going to be using these buildings in the first place? Yeah. Does anyone have any questions or would like to kind of probe a little bit further about what the findings are? I'm just going to give you the microphone, if that's okay.
Thanks, Sean. I just find it a little bit strange that architects aren't delivering this already, and it's sad a little bit. There's this lack of awareness. It's either that, or there's a lacking in the regulatory system in local government, for example, building control, that doesn't ensure that all these excellent facilities you've just highlighted aren't taken for granted as a built-in, as a necessity. Where is the failing and how can we deal with it?
So I've worked quite closely with architects in the start of this project, and architects are really driven to create environments for people. They really, really are. And the insight that we've been given, and there are some architects here today, so they might be able to either back me up or tell me I'm talking rubbish, but is that there's so much guidance and so much regulation sometimes that sometimes it's very difficult to see through that and actually bring it into your design. And even sometimes when you do bring it into design, so for instance, that disabled toilet deemed completely accessible, but yet is not functional for use, will never ever come up because the box has been ticked, the regulation is that's fine. So the other side of that is that we found that actually the architect will talk to the client for the brief, and some architects will go further and try and talk to user groups and understand their users a little bit better, but some won't. And there aren't really methods a lot of the time to do that. For instance, in my training, I was never taught to actually interact with users of the building. It was the client, and that's where it stopped. And that was through my practice as well. So I worked on special needs schools and different things like this, and I couldn't understand how we weren't engaging more with the children and the adult or their families and their carers to understand what they actually needed. So I don't know if any of the architects want to
I'm going to bring in this
follow up
gentleman
on
here,
that.
actually.
Scott.
You can just say who you are as well.
Hi, thanks. My name's Scott Turpey. I'm a partner at Nico Russell Studios at Architects. I think to answer the earlier question and to back you up, Leslie, I think for most architects, guidance like this, you're pushing at an open door. Architects generally, despite the public perception, generally want to do good things for people. I think one of the really big issues is not the fact that there's guidance and that a lot of your research dovetails with the research of the University of Stirling's dementia unit and all, and there's a lot of consistency in research. Actually, one of the big problems, unfortunately, is the level or the benchmarking of project costs, hard capital costs, not well-being costs, not social costs. So at the very outset of a project and the way it's procured, the people who are procuring it, they're not necessarily the care providers as the client, they're certainly not the users, and for sure they're not architects who want to set a budget that's appropriate to allow the delivery of a fantastic facility. So I'm not saying this is universal, but in many cases what happens is at the initial stages of a project, the project management team, the delivery mechanism for that facility sets a budget and an expectation based on previous projects, and the previous projects are the ones that have got the flaws. So that extra 10, 20%, whatever it might cost to do a really great scheme isn't factored in right at the beginning. And I suppose one of the feedback points that would be interesting would be, as well as getting this research out to architects, actually getting into the world of project managers, quantity surveyors, and the other people who increasingly are at that first stage of the process, and getting that understanding through to these people, so the correct budget and the correct parameters and the correct briefing times to allow you to have consultations with user groups and all the rest of it are built into the process, and it's not just a how quickly can we do it and how cheap can we do it.
Thanks, Scott.
Okay.
Thank you. As well as the design, for the physical design of the spaces, from your experience, have there been any dramatic shifts in the actual use of care homes, moving away from a single-use facility and incorporating facilities such as affordable accommodation for the people who work in the care homes, a creche, shops, facilities that go beyond the standard provision in care homes, that transform it from a place that you will take elderly residents and much more, it becomes a community facility. So it's less of a place where people stay, and it's got a single function, but maybe not in the UK, but if there's any examples like that are looking at really doing something different with care homes about how they actually function as well as how they're designed.
So yeah, not in Scotland, but or England, but there is the Dementia Care Village, and I can't remember just now where it is. Does anyone know? Dementia Care Village, Holland? Yeah. And in that community, it's actually a village that's set up to support the residents, the people who live there. And it's, it's based on this idea that it is a village, and it's a community, and there's a local shop and a hairdresser's. And if someone goes in to the shop and picks up a banana and walks out and doesn't pay for it, it doesn't matter. And because the mechanisms are in place to deal with that. There are small examples of things I've seen. For instance, people actually wanting to leave and get out of a care home, so escape from a care home, to go home is a big common thing. And one of my bugbears is when an actual front door and entranceway to a care home looks like an entranceway or an exit to a care home. Because that's just promoting, a door's acting like a door, but it's not, or looking like a door, but it's not acting like a door for the resident who's standing there for 20 minutes trying to get out. But there's been some instances where a bus stop outside a care home has actually stopped residents from going any further because if they do get out, because they go and they wait for the bus. And there's some small mechanisms like that in place, but the Dementia Care Village in Holland and this type of thing is a much more bigger scale, more positive sort of enabling environment, I suppose. Yeah.
Thanks. Does anyone have any a comment or would like to come back to anything or explore some of the findings a little bit more? I suppose what this also does is it lays down, all these findings lays down a design challenge. I mean, you talked a little bit about some of the problems about what there is. This is now framing what the problem is. But what's next? How do designers, how do architects, how do project managers, how do care home assistants, how do they find a solution to this?
So that has always been the mission of my work, is to never actually provide the solutions, because I think we are all trained designers to come up with 46 million solutions to a problem. So my take is that I've got my own ideas on how to do things, and I will possibly do further research to try and develop these. But the major thing we want to do with this work is not just have impact within academia. So it's all very well me sitting in my office by myself writing papers and going to conferences all over the world. But I've also been putting this work into architecture journals and design journals, and Marianne's been working really closely, or putting it into things like care home journals that are not, they're more magazines that care workers read on their lunch break and stuff. But not only that, we're trying to develop CPDs for the likes of architects and actually take this back into studio as well, so to teach the architects of the future, designers of the future, quantity surveyors of the future, and that type of thing. So it's more about trying to kind of bridge the gap between research and practice, I suppose I see as being our mission at the minute, trying to get this stuff out there so that it actually goes to Nickel Russell and can affect the next care home that's being built, or be in the design studio, and make students already start to think about old people and ageing and this type of thing.
I mean, how many architects do we have, or architect backgrounds? I know that there's a few people. And in your university training, did you kind of have any primer for how to deal with not just the client but the user? Was there? I mean, I know that this is part of more of a practice of some design firms now, kind of user-centered or human-centered design. Yeah.
So I've never used one of these, so my apologies. I'm an architect. I trained in Dundee in the 1980s. We were taken out to care homes, we were taken to client user groups. We were told, or went through seminars, workshops. With all due respect to what's been said here, all this is widely known amongst the architectural community. All the design guidance, the whole process of engaging with your user group and not just the people who are writing the checks. And as the chap from Nickel Russell said, that seems to make a huge difference. when I started, not directly with nursing homes as such, or residential homes, but there were even guidelines for social housing, which just got trashed in the last 20 years. You know, you used to have reasonably decent space standards to build to, which would then, what's now termed commodity space, would allow people to, as they got older, have more space to move into. You don't tend to have that kind of thing. So I can only speak from my own personal professional experience over the last 20, 30 years and say that it really is to do with the amount of money that's available. And that's where I would find the difficulty.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, the amount of money is a huge thing, but even within the practice, there's been, you know, within the REBA itself, there's been this huge drive at the minute to try and build evidence on how to make buildings better for people. I mean, it's widely published, and they've created quite a lot of documents recently on it, trying to promote this type of work. So I think there's always it's always going to come down to budget. But if we can start to provide this evidence through floor plan analysis, through sensors, through technology which actually backs up some of this more qualitative stuff, you know, because otherwise, how's it going to change? How are care homes going to change? And that's the whole idea, I suppose. Is that naive to say that, do you think?
I didn't want to hog the discussion.
No. I just get so frustrated when I'm in care homes, and I think, how has this not changed?
I think in a way you're quite right. If you have the evidence, you have an argument that you can go and make with somebody. Mm-hmm. But you know, without thinking about it a lot more, and given that there's a lot of other people here with things they'll probably want to say, you know, I've physically sat in meetings, and as the chap said, that's what you've got to spend. You've got that many residents, and we need this and we need that, and that's just, you know, what do you then do as a professional architect? You walk away from the job and say, I can't do it for that money?
No.
Or do you just try and do the best you can?
Maybe it is about educating the client then as well, in terms of, you know, trying to show evidence of your residents will have a better life, which means you can market your building as being this groundbreaking, which supports your residents. You know, it's so difficult. I understand it's really difficult, but I think we have to keep pushing it, because if we don't, it won't change. It won't change at all, and that's so sad.
Just on a slightly different note, is it possible to use some of the resources that we have around about us already? For example, I'm absolutely with you that people need to get out, if at all possible, to do any kind of physical activity, exercise, sort of strength and balance, that kind of thing. So we have leisure centres in Dundee, say, and lots of other opportunities with volunteers. Is it possible that we can use the community we already have round about us rather than developing a new community?
Yeah, I mean, that would be the dream, wouldn't it? That care homes wouldn't be kind of these buildings which are shoved on the perimeters of town, or, you know, they would be incorporated in. But another thing which I suppose I've always been quite interested in is how perhaps the buildings themselves can provide more to the community. So, for instance, hairdressers. There are already hairdressers in care homes, and why not make it just more public hairdressers? And suddenly, you'll have rows of residents sitting up, watching people, what are the latest hairstyles, and, you know, this whole view watching thing, which is a huge thing in care homes, and trying to incorporate more things, you know, a shop in perhaps, or these different things. So yeah, I think the typology of a care home has to change, and perhaps these extra things can actually support a client in trying to make the building better, I suppose.
We're going to have to wrap it up a little bit, but I just kind of want to, I'll take another couple of comments, but also just to respond to this gentleman saying that maybe that if it's been like this for quite some time, and that budgets being as they are, is it a fait accompli then? Is this as much as we can do? Would somebody like to kind of come back to that?
Likewise, not to hog the microphone, but I think budget is part of it. No, it isn't a fait accompli. I think architects will push to get as much as they can. I think what Leslie said about the client and seeing the client group where the power lies in commissioning bodies is the key, so that they know what to ask for and not to set it against the benchmark of a traditional care home. And I think it does relate to, I don't want to focus solely on budget, because there are lots of things that can be done that don't cost anything, that are just well considered, and that's where guidance is very useful. But I think the last point about changing the typology of care homes is also critical. There's actually a huge range of, you get nursing homes, care homes, extra care housing, housing with care. They're all slightly different models, and they've all got different levels of independence for users and different levels of support that flex to the needs of the person rather than a one-size-fits-all solution. And it kind of goes back to the point about a kind of more of a community-based disparate elements. You know, a lot of the guidance actually feeds back into ordinary, in inverted commas, housing. You know, because what's good for someone who's got the early stages of dementia or someone who's a little bit frail actually very often is good for all of us. You know, better light, better access to outside, clearer wayfinding, efficient, whatever it might be. It's actually good for everybody. So it can actually, and the whole point of trying to keep people in their own home for as long as possible, I understand, is a huge focus of the kind of care industry. So actually care homes per se are becoming less and less the more that you can get more people staying in ordinary housing that still offers a supportive environment, partly through technology, wearables, telecare, all of these things, as well as the physical environment. So.
And just to draw a couple of comparisons with other things that are in the show right now, I mean, even NCR, the electronics giant that have been in the city for like 70 years, just by the lift in Gallery 2, as we're calling it, they've been working with the Royal National Institute for the Blind for many years, and they have this ethos, as they've discussed, is if you get it right for the most vulnerable people in society, then you get it right for everybody. And this is what I think we need to kind of do more and more in this country, and of course we're all trying to do this, but there's many examples kind of dotted around, and I think that segues really, really well on to our next discussion with Leslie Howells from the Maggie Centre. But before we do, can we please give a warm thanks to Leslie McIntyre. You can go and grab a cup of tea, croissant, pain au chocolat.
But give me your wants and needs of a care home, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can pan, yeah.
Hello, welcome back. It gives me, it's a great privilege actually to introduce Leslie Howells, the Centre Manager of Maggie's Centre Dundee. In the first stages of putting together this design festival, Leslie, together with Rodney Mountain, an ear, nose and throat specialist, and Dr. Richard O'Parka, a pathologist at Nine Wells, accosted me and squeezed my arm, and it kind of turned that it was me squeezing your arms in the end. And I had an extraordinary visit to Maggie's in Dundee, only my second visit after the centre first opened. And it's a building that's holding up, you know. It's a wonderful space, and not just the walls and the ceiling and the the incredible engineering that's gone in to make this brilliant building part of Dundee's cityscape, but also the incredible rich art that's on his walls. I couldn't quite get over, you had a Toby Patterson right in the foyer, you had an Edoardo Palozzi tapestry upstairs. In the toilets, I think you also had prints by Edoardo Palozzi and a huge, wonderful etching by Grayson Perry. So it's a brilliant building, and also the outside space and how all of these things come together. And Leslie's going to speak a little bit about this. So please welcome Leslie Howells.
Right, thank you. This is something that I am so passionate about, so I was so pleased to be invited to come and talk to you. And I'm going to start with T.S. Eliot, because his beautiful words, for me, just kind of epitomise what I'm going to be talking about today. So, at the still point of a turning world, neither flesh nor fleshness, neither from nor towards, there the dance is. And I believe that it's the synergy between the people and the architectural bespoke design of a Maggie Centre that brings together this vibrant dance, this extraordinary dance where people find a way of finding whatever psychological flexibility they have in terms of actually facing what they're up against in terms of their cancer. Then that can be the person themselves, or it can be the people that are around them. So what I'm going to do is talk to you today about psychological flexibility, but also this fluid dance. And I'll be using evidence-based psychological approaches and introducing them to you. But most importantly, it's about encouraging people to open towards uninvited change to whatever degree is possible. And it's epitomised in a phrase that Maggie Keswick-Jenks actually offered to us, which is, don't lose the joy of living in the fear of dying. So, now, the idea of enabling psychological flexibility within a person through the synergy of people and place isn't new at all. The ancient Greek town of Epidurus is an exemplar of holistic healthcare. At its heart is the sanctuary of Asclepius, the god of healing, alongside a gymnasium, a stadium, communal baths, a theatre, in the most extraordinary countryside full of awe. And it is in that setting, that idea of holistic, so not just a person and the condition that they're up against, not just a family and what they're going through in terms of emotionally, but also the whole of that entity, the whole of the person as an entity, which is gathered in. And one of the people that I look to most is a chap called Michael Kearney, who is a palliative care physician, who wrote a book called A Place of Healing. And he reminds us in there that Asclepian healing depends on both the patient and the professional carer, be that a doctor, nurse, psychologist, whoever is around that person. It depends on the two of them coming together and using not just the medical skill and the technology that we have now, but also the inner senses of emotion, instinct, and intuition, and somatic awareness, to find healing in suffering, that person can go with the condition rather than against it, and open to reality rather than fight it. And so even though the person may not be cured, or they may be living with a chronic condition. Okay. So interestingly, Alain de Botton asserts that it is in the dialogue with pain that many beautiful things acquire their value. And this is what excites me and what I want to bring to you guys. That each day in a Maggie Centre, you witness in the midst of trauma, a person's senses are heightened and ready to be touched by the beauty of architecture, but also the beauty in terms of the interior, the art that Sean described, but also the beauty of the interaction between just fellow human beings. And these are human beings from all walks of life. This is not one sector of society. You're all invited to come into a Maggie Centre and really feel and see who is there and what the flow is like. But what you have is the idea that within this setting, that people become receptive and open rather than frozen with fear and trepidation in terms of what they're up against and the uncertainty of life for all of us, not just when you're going through a medical condition such as cancer. So Charles Jenks talks of architecture provides a horizon of hope. Now Charles was Maggie's husband, and he has a beautiful book called The Architecture of Hope. And from very much that experience, having lived being alongside somebody with cancer and then dying from cancer, he talks about the Maggie Centres and the way that the architectural brief is there to provide a feel, a refuge that sets one apart, that allows the imagination to play, to look and to explore in whichever way, either silently within or through talking with others or exploring through other medium. Allow them to explore the immediacy of their cancer, but also step outside themselves. And in doing that, they may risk failure, but that this kind of safe place enables that conversation either with others or with themselves. Many people will talk about it as a sanctuary, as a refuge, but it's alive in that refuge. Now, many of you may be very aware of cancer. Unfortunately, it is something that affects all of us, and in some sort of fashion, either within us or in the person alongside us. It may be a friend, it may be family. But let's consider cancer as a context. Well, basically, it's like a bomb has been thrown into a person's life, or those people around them. Their life is upended. It's entering a state of limbo to a certain extent, with a potential for everything to be changed. It's as if it's thrown up in the air and waiting for things to come back and potentially slot back in very different places. It can affect the person's sense of identity, their feelings about their body, what their body actually does, not just in terms of when they're going through treatment, but in the longer effects of that treatment on that person, and the treatments that they have to continue with. Even though they're living and they're living well beyond their cancer, they are potentially still having to take hormonal treatments, which have an implication in terms of their functioning. There is also the implication in terms of their friendships, their assumed future, their finances, their family roles, their career. And this is at any stage in that person's lifestyle. And it ripples out. So not only does the bomb go into the person's life, but it also goes into the life of those around them. So the Maggie's approach to cancer support basically encapsulates all the different elements of that bomb explosion. So trying to holistically approach how you support the person and the family around them by looking at not just obviously whatever cancer information we can provide to complement their medical and their nursing care, but also the idea that it's about their lifestyle changes, it's about their financial employment issues, it's about the practicalities of which travel insurance do I have, it's about tailoring the information so that the person can kind of take it on. It's about looking at psychological impact, not in terms of a mental health arena. That's not what this is about. People with cancer, or indeed any chronic condition or acute condition, they're psychologically healthy. They're just dealing with way more than their fair share. So it's about looking about well-being rather than about an illness philosophy. So all of those are encapsulated within the Maggie's program. And also within the Maggie's program, there's a knowledge. There is a knowledge that there is a sense of shock. Yes, in terms of dealing with trauma, that's natural, it's to be expected. But most of the emotions that we have when we're going through the transition, a traumatic transition, is largely self-limiting. If the person can find the psychological flexibility to move with the challenges that their reality presents, and also accept support. So let's now move on to this concept of psychological flexibility. Now, I'm a psychologist. I've been doing this for 30 years, and I know not to dress things up in jargon. I want this to be conversational, and this is one of the most conversational kind of concepts that I've come across. But it's also evidence-based. This is something that has come from very much a CBT approach, but also it incorporates mindfulness, it incorporates self-compassion, and it's at the heart of an approach called ACT, Acceptance and Commitment Therapy, which within our arena, where people are struggling against reality of difficulty and potentially facing death, it sits well. It sits well, and it's something that I want to bring to you. So it's first postulated by Stephen Hayes and has an extensive theoretical and clinical underpinning. And it's associated with better emotional outcomes for all human beings, right? So that's whether we're facing daily challenges or traumatic transitions, or finding ways to tolerate whatever first feels intolerable. In fact, psychological flexibility is an aspiration for all of us. And it delights me that my daughter now will talk about, well, listen, Mom, that's not very psychologically flexible when you're reaching for the wine. But she will also, it is something that works. It's something that works and makes sense. We are humans. We are rarely broken, but we get emotionally stuck. And stuck fighting reality rather than working with it to find whatever freedom and choice there may be within what challenges are presented to us. And Keith Polk, who's a clinical psychologist from the States, likens psychological flexibility to Aikido. So he uses this metaphor of Aikido, which is a martial art, which I understand, right, is about the entering and turning movements that you use to redirect the momentum of your opponent's attack. And that sits well with the idea of psychological flexibility. But Russ Harris gives us this very succinct, concise overview in his triflex, whereby he's offering psychological flexibility is the ability to be present. So to come back to the present rather than be haunted by the past or taunted about your speculations about the future. It's actually being in the here and now. But also there is being in the here and now as life is. And so rather than get caught up in the kind of the wishes, the dreams, the shoulds, okay, it's about directing our attention and opening towards reality with curiosity, with non-judgment for ourselves or for others. But in doing this, it also offers the idea of do what matters. So that is enabling somebody to reconnect with their values. Now, our values are our kind of internal compass. So values are things like compassion, artistry, it can be integrity, humility, authenticity, justice. They're all the sorts of things that define us. And they can become a compass when we're feeling lost, because they stay the same. It's just that throughout life, we tend to have to find different routes to serve them. So for example, if you're a grandpa whose one of your values is being a fun, loving grandpa who does rough and tumble with their children, but you're becoming more and more debilitated by your advancing cancer, then you can't do that rough and tumble anymore. So the route is to find another way to serve those values, of perhaps sitting down and talking and laughing, telling stories of your youth. So the idea of psychological flexibility is rather than being kind of traumatized and kind of comatized or debilitated by the idea of what you've lost, it's actually doing that hard grieving work of actually shifting how you actually serve the person that you are. And the synergy that I speak of, this dance between people and place, not only enhances the psychological flexibility of the people affected by cancer, but also anybody who works within that centre. It is extraordinary, and that's what I want to do now, is take you on to illustrate some of the everyday stories and observations. And I can see some people within the audience who know Maggie's intimately, so if I get it wrong, tell me, but these are my impressions. And they're born of my experience in Maggie's Dundee. But I'm going to be using also some of the pictures from the other Maggie centres across the UK. We've now got 20. We've just opened at the Christie in Manchester, and we'll be opening at the Marsden and also Bartstown in London shortly. And one of the things about the architecture brief is that it is about a feel. So the architects are invited to create a feel within that centre rather than a designated this or this or this or this, right? And it's consistent across any of our centres. So if you have the privilege to go into them, and I would invite you to, you'll know that they look different, but they feel the same, okay? So let's start with synergy in terms of this dance, this way that people and place come together, and that synergy and how it creates conversation. Now, human beings have this unique ability. They have language, right? So we are able to engage in dialogue with other people, but also internally with ourselves. And when it's harnessed, it is a powerful route to that psychological flexibility that you will go home with as a message. It's about our ability, when it's a conversation, can harness the powerful route to psychological flexibility so that we can converse with our friend, with our minds as a friend rather than as an enemy. And let me illustrate how our buildings work to create the synergy that create these conversations. So the first one is kitchen table choreography. It's extraordinary. The kitchen table is the hub of a Maggie Centre. Just as for many of us, it's a hub of our homes. And through the kitchen table choreography, which is a phrase coined by Dr. Darrell Martin from York University, who's worked with us in terms of research, through that kitchen table choreography, we place illness in the middle of everyday life, right? By using the comfort of familiarity. And I'll talk more about that. So placing illness in the middle of everyday life. So opening towards it rather than moving away. So Frank Gehry was influenced, it's said, in terms of his design of Maggie's Dundee, by the Yiddish concept of heimish, which is homeliness, coziness, right? We all know what to do in a kitchen, right? It is a familiar script that enables conversations to deepen so quickly, and it is extraordinary to watch or to experience. So human beings are naturally conversant, right? When we're doing something else, and I know that women will often laugh about the fact that men are best talked to when they're looking at something else. When you're driving, when they're building an IKEA flat pack, when you're washing the dishes or whatever. But it's the same for all of us. We're naturally conversant when we feel comfortable. It helps us to dance around in intensity or embarrassment. And it means that apparently simple conversation from the cancer support specialists. Now, these cancer support specialists are professionals. They are oncology nurses, or they're therapeutic radiographers, or they may be a benefits advisor. But we've all born and brought up basically in the NHS before we move into Maggie's. And what you see is an ostensibly simple conversation over a kettle with a cancer support specialist can be a sophisticated overture to a discussion about complex cancer treatment. So where we sit alongside the hospitals is in a position to complement what is happening in the hospital, in the cancer centre. But what we pick up is the idea that somebody may have a query about a cancer treatment. They haven't quite got their head around it, and they want to look at it in more detail. And so we come alongside in one of the aspects of what happens within a Maggie Centre to help people get their heads around these things. And what happens if you are in a comfortable, familiar situation, your anxiety goes down, and so your ability to attend and comprehend and retain improves. And I can give you evidence as far as that's concerned, but every day you see how that's happening. The other thing about that familiar script is that it's an open script, that the architecture allows this open plan that enables people to observe each other. Now, this is so subtle, but it is the heart of human beings. We do things if we have role models. So if we see a guy who kind of looks like us and is congregating, ready to go into the stress management, it doesn't necessarily have to be graceful, but kind of just somebody that we can identify with who is one step ahead, but kind of looks like us, kind of looks like they're coming from the same background as us, kind of looks as if they're the same sort of age as us. If we see that person, we're more likely to do it. We're more likely to walk into stress management. rather than have me say, oh, it would be a good idea to do stress management. If that guy can see somebody else doing it, they'll do it. And that's what our architecture allows, is that, yes, and I will talk about the privacy that's there, but there is an openness where there's an acceptability that that psychological flexibility is about addressing things rather than hiding away. Albeit, I will talk about the way that you can hide away. So this idea of somebody not necessarily graceful, one step ahead doing it, is a way in which somebody can form the belief, that kind of self-efficacy, that they can do it too. But also, one of the powerful things in the Maggie Centre is the fact, immediately you walk through the door, you realise it's not just me. Immediately it's not just me. There's a notice board that gives all these different things that people can be doing, so it's not just me. Or there are people congregating, so it's not just me. Or there's a library, so it's not just me. And one of the things about human beings is socially we hate isolation. We hate it. We may want to be alone sometimes, but rarely do we want to feel alone. And so therefore, just a very quiet, kind of just underpinning that it's not just me, is intensely reassuring. And the openness allows that. The one thing that you'll notice is informality. And this is informality by design, and it's quite embarrassing sometimes because you think, oh, well, I don't have a badge, so nobody knows who I am. Do they realize that I'm this person rather than whoever else? And it takes quite a lot. You have to be grounded as a professional to realize that I haven't got a name badge. I don't introduce myself as Leslie Howells, I introduce myself as Leslie. And what happens, though, is that informality is enabled by the design of the centre. And what you have are conversations are largely visible, right? Apart from obviously the privacy of when you're having a psychological consultation, perhaps. But the majority of the centre is about well-being. It's about information. It's about nutrition courses. It's about stress management. It's about talking heads, talking about hair loss. It's about all sorts of different things. And what we do is we create those conversations through the distances between spaces and the levels, right, in terms of the design of the centre, rather than the intimacy of an interaction being always protected by walls. And as I say, this idea of our staff don't have name badges, and so therefore we are professional, we have governance, we have to act according to the requirements of the different professions that make up the core team. But we try to offer ourselves authentically as fellow human beings that have got something to offer and are at ease with the visibility, so that we enable the other person to feel at ease with that visibility too. As our chief exec, Laura Lee, whose running shoes are out there, has said that our buildings are hybrid buildings, right? There is no clear line between admin and service. And if you come up to Maggie's Dundee, you'll see me immediately at my desk, and I will greet you. But there is no pretense of separation. There is a professionalism to what we're offering, but there is this very much, look, we are in this together, we create a partnership, and it's the architecture that allows that, because I can't hide. Okay. So let's imagine Maggie's Dundee. So this is Maggie's Dundee, looking very clean at the moment, and but sunnier than it is at the moment. But let's imagine this place, this beautiful place that captures anybody who works in 9 Wales. We have the most amazing view. And Maggie's Dundee, equally, we have it too. And so imagine this sun-filled kitchen on a promontory above the River Tay, looking kind of southwest and over to the hills of Fife, and probably Newborough, right, across the sandbanks. And on a spring afternoon, the sun comes under the Frank Gehry roof, all right, and the overhanging Frank Gehry roof, and it's beautiful. This is beautiful. It can get a little hot sometimes, but it's beautiful. And I put it to you that it's the design of this and the different levels of this that allows a number of confiding and emotionally charged conversations to be happening in the same room, without people feeling that they are being overheard or eavesdropped, but very much able to converse. So let me talk you through just how many I observed the other day. Right, so in the kitchen, right, we have the kettle. Right? Now, the kettle is important because it's that familiar script. It's like people know what to do. If they've got a kettle, they know what to do. So there was a conversation happening just by the kettle between a cancer support specialist and somebody who was new to the centre. And it's around assorted tea because everybody moves away from caffeine to a huge extent. So we have Morrison's green tea, we have Lidl's fruit teas, whatever, but they're all up there. But they also there's a window out to an Anthony Gormley statue, which is extraordinary, and people will refer to it as Urwilly, and if you've seen the statue, you'll understand why. So there was a conversation of two people standing by the kettle, and that was quite intense. It was somebody coming in for the first time. Just by the stovetop and the fruit bowl, okay, and there are also home bakes there as well, but the fruit bowl, I emphasise the fruit bowl. There are people collecting for Tai Chi. Now, Tai Chi is extraordinary. Look, I mean, it particularly for us seems to appeal to an older generation who mostly come from Charleston and Mingus Hill and that area of Dundee and Lochee. So they're all congregating around the stovetop, waiting to go into Tai Chi. We've also got, so that was a conversation itself, but there's a slight difference in terms of the level. So there's not too much distance in terms of footage, but there's a difference in terms of level, so it's different conversations. And then over here we've got somebody by the breadboards who's looking out the window and just on his own, okay? Then there's somebody silent, they're just kind of within themselves. There's nothing, they don't feel awkward about the fact that there's somebody there. They're just within themselves because he's standing and they're sitting on a bench. And then you've got the big table. Now, the table's very large, which is great, because it means that you can have pockets at either end. So there's a conversation whereby basically everybody's oblivious to what's going around there. And then there's quite an intense conversation between two people happening at the far end. But then there's also this manoeuvre pass point, which is just next to the notice board, and some heavily gilded paintings, which are extraordinary, look a bit bizarre, or for some look a bit bizarre in this beautiful kind of modern building, but they look extraordinary. So there's that manoeuvre pass point where people have to kind of navigate themselves past each other and so interact there as well. So I put it to you, and I would invite you to come and watch this, because this happens. Okay. But what also happens, and what also is fascinating, is that there can be privacy in the midst of movement. There can be privacy whereby somebody can be alone if they want to, and yet they're not alone. But also, one of the things about Maggie Centre, there are no signs, and so therefore there are no assumptions. And this is, there is simplicity in that, but I hope it makes sense. There's no sign saying where to come in, and there's no sign saying where to go out. There's not even a sign for a toilet, right? And many people will say, well, surely that's irresponsible, that's not fair. But in actual fact, what it does, it means that the staff are constantly empathizing. They're constantly engaged in terms of scanning the environment and making sure that they're attending to people's comfort. They're not just assuming that somebody will know where the toilet is. They're actually watching, and so therefore ready to respond. And I don't want to sound trite in terms of that, but it's worth actually watching, because it really, really is extraordinary. It's as if that person is in your home. You are constantly engaged to make sure that they are your guest and they are comfortable. They're a genuine, quiet presence. And my daughter said, Mum, will you make sure that you tell everybody that it's a gentle present, that you're not a shop worker who leaps on somebody. You're just gently there, right? But the other thing that we have within our buildings is that curiosity becomes a facilitator. And our buildings are natural facilitators. And again, it's extraordinary to observe. Many, many men will simply walk over because their pal worked on the roof. And they want to see it. They want to see what they heard about over a pint. They want to see the building, the roof, whereby apparently, and then this may be an apocryphal tale, the Southern boys downed tools because they couldn't do it. So it was the local lads that took it on. I don't know whether that's the case, but anyway, people come across to check out the roof, and they may be visiting their wife, they may be in for a prostate cancer consultation themselves, but they come over and they are asking, I was told that this was to do with a crumpled piece of paper, a kind of folded thing. Is that the reason why? Is that why the guy did that? And you have to say, well, we don't actually know. There are all sorts of tales about why Frank Gehry decided to do this roof, but we're very grateful that it's there. But the other thing that we do also in terms of that natural curiosity is offering a sense of wonder. And I've read a lot of times this idea of human beings love awe. The awesomeness of a waterfall or a cathedral or the ocean or an amazing view. But we can create awe in all sorts of different ways within the building. It's a chance to step outside yourself. And again, the idea of a cathedral offers sanctuary, a chapel offers sanctuary, but a Maggie Centre is said to offer sanctuary too. But the other thing that we bring is a colour and a quirkiness, and that's a natural icebreaker. So somebody will say, why, is that really a Palazzi that you've got on your loo? Or what's behind this picture, this etching that's at the back there? And who's Grayson Perry? And what's this all about? So that it's there as natural icebreaker, but it's also, it offers people a fresh perspective when everything else feels in a state of limbo. Okay, and a way to grow, even though you feel kind of stagnated and stuck in other senses of your life. So synergy is also about being present. So if you think back to psychological flexibility, one of the things was be present. And what our buildings do is often a natural way in which people can anchor themselves in the here and now. The building invites people to fully engage with all their senses in the moment and making a conscious choice to step away from being entangled in fears about the future. And this synergy is also about this gentle opening that I mentioned. Now, this isn't a gratuitous, you will face reality at all. It's nothing like that. It's offering people the opportunity if that's what they want to do. And what happens, though, is it's very, very subtle. And the people are gently being encouraged to converse about cancer treatment or to talk about with somebody else what it feels like to be alongside your husband when he's going through such torment. But opening towards means that you're opening towards the difficulty, yes, but you're also opening to potential finding meaning, but also you're opening to choice and the potential for choice rather than closing down. So what I was saying there in terms of working with reality rather than struggling against it. And our buildings have been said to be neither neutral or nondescript, but emotionally resonant. And this was Andy Butterfield and Darryl Martin, again, two important researchers who've worked alongside us for many years. And this neither neutral or nondescript means that you can be prompted in terms of evocative memories and memories which help to build resilience to take on what's coming at you this time. What you've also got is the perfect allegory for life. Now, I am the steward of a labyrinth, and this labyrinth is huge, and it's the size probably a little bit larger than the one in Chartres Cathedral. Now, I don't know how many of you know about labyrinths, but they are an extraordinary metaphor. And as a psychologist, I look for metaphor because that helps engage people in conversation that potentially enables change. So, the labyrinth. A labyrinth is not a maze. There are no dead ends, but sometimes you feel as if you are going in completely the wrong direction. Okay? You feel there is no making sense of this. I am off in the far there and I'm wanting to go there. And all you can do, though, is trust that if I keep walking, I will find my way into the middle and then find my way out. And again, I would invite you to come along and try it. You can do it anytime. There's no fee. It is there, and you can do it whilst you're walking your dog in the evening. We've had people run around it. While children, it's brilliant. You just send them into the labyrinth, they're engaged for half an hour. And there are also, somebody worked out that were at least between 1,000 and 2,000 steps within our labyrinth, so it's a great physical activity as well. So let me carry on, and I'm aware of time. I won't run over, but I've got lots more things to tell you. So So let's talk about the centre as a silent carer. And this is a very evocative way that somebody described it for himself. And that the overall feel is just quietly undemanding. So the perfect secure base. A maternal metaphor. The building is a maternal metaphor. A safe place to explore. Just like, for example, any of you who've watched a toddler learn how to walk, right? What you do is the mum or the dad can be sitting here, and the toddler is just, because they are sitting here, will try. They don't want their hand held, they just want you there. And they'll try and put their hands on to the sofa and then move around. It must be an image that many of you have seen. And that's what happens, that's a secure base. If you have a secure base, then you're more likely to try something. But the other thing in terms of care is the attention to detail, is that we are there for anybody. And so anybody is worth the fact that the cushion matches, right? And the attention to detail is extraordinary. At the end of the day, we have to put the scene back, ready for the next day. But the other thing that we've been told is that through research by Patrick Stacey is that our buildings are empathic. And this is quite an interesting concept because I think it's the synergy of the people and the buildings which creates the empathy that's necessary in this environment, in working alongside anybody who's going through transition. And basically tailoring it to where that person's at and really sitting with their agenda rather than your agenda. And the conversations are compassionate conversations, they're not judgmental, and I say they're tailored to the person's agenda rather than anything else. But by tailoring to the person's agenda, you usually get to the heart of the matter, as many of us who are professionally clinicians know and have observed. The other thing that our centres offer is a pathhold, a pause, a threshold. Now, people are naturally reticent at the idea of walking into a Maggie centre because why wouldn't you? It requires people to overcome the idea that this isn't about me, because by walking into the centre, it is about you, cancer is about you, and that there is a natural ambivalence about even walking through the door. But the simplicity of the path or the pause space just inside the building facilitates this transition. There are many people who work in Nine Wells will see the pathway that goes to the Maggie Centre. It's the staging post, and that's there within all of our buildings. But not only does the pause and the pathway facilitate the entrance, but also the authenticity of the welcome when somebody walks in. Not contrived, just somebody will immediately raise their head, and not from a reception desk, they'll walk towards the person. But there's also this need to allow people to be alone and not to be invaded, to be alone without feeling alone. Because often, as we all know, the only choice that we have in life is how we choose to respond to what's thrown at us, how we choose to how we choose to respond to the situation rather than react. And Viktor Frankl puts this so beautifully in terms of the idea that between the stimulus, so a trigger, and a response, there is a space. And that space is our power to choose our response. And in that response lies growth and freedom. So we don't necessarily have much choice about what goes through our minds, but we do have choice about whether we get entangled in it. We don't necessarily have much choice about what's thrown at us during life, but we do have choice in terms of how we respond to it rather than react. The other thing about the Maggie Centre is the warmth and the natural, genuine humility of offering people these kind of what seem very basic elements. And there is always warmth, there's always a fire in any of our centres. But the other thing, and I'm moving on to the last part of my talk now, is the idea of the synergy creating visibility and adaptability. And this isn't just for the person affected by cancer, but it's also the staff as well. What we're doing is we're offering very powerful, visible lessons of how we as staff adapt to our spaces, being resourceful, flexible in our approach, rather than applying rigid rules. So, for example, there are no hidden scene changes because there are no designated rooms within a Maggie Centre. You will see, and anybody who's been in there whilst we've been busy, you will see us rolling up the carpet, unrolling the carpet. We're constantly and visibly changing the backdrop for our courses or our workshops or our groups. So rolling up the carpet for yoga, and yoga is not all svelte young women, it is anybody. And I delight in every Thursday afternoon the number of guys who are there who are perhaps a little rotund doing yoga too. So what we have though is that there are no scene changes. So the carpet comes up, the carpet goes down. And what we're doing is we're modeling resourcefulness and that psychological flexibility, not necessarily gracefully, with the idea that we are bending to accommodate our reality. We have a beautiful domestic space. We don't have designated rooms, as I said, so therefore we have to bend with it and we have to make it look smooth. And finally, what I want to talk about is something extraordinary, which is called reciprocity. And this was first brought to my attention very, very powerfully through the work that I used to do with the diabetes teams in paediatrics of Nine Wells Hospital. And I used to work with Professor Green and Alex Green and also Vicky. And one of the things that Alex, as an anthropologist, would tell us was the importance of reciprocity and giving people the opportunity for reciprocity. And this I have carried with me. We thrive when we conserve our value of generosity as human beings. And we thrive if we're able to connect when we wish. But we seek to find balance in our relationships. We don't like to be beholden to people. We don't like to be indebted. We like to give back. And one of the things that Maggie's, our spaces do is it offers countless opportunities for people to reciprocate in terms of their exchange of information with folk like them around the kitchen table. Or loading the dishwasher, because we don't have somebody doing that all the time. It's your cup, you can pop it in the dishwasher. But also simply tending the garden. So I wish to end now with these examples, which may seem very basic, but they're very beautiful examples of how the synergy works at its simplest. And reciprocity is something that's very palpable in the place. So that's me, and I'd love to answer your questions if you have any.
Thank you, Leslie, so much. That was great. And I think that that's, as everyone who's not been to Maggie's Dundee, it's an amazing experience. Also, I mean, we've got the model very kindly loaned to us by Maggie's Centre that's going to the Design Museum on Sunday. So as soon as it finishes being exhibited here, it travels back down to London. And it's a great example when you see it next to the V&A building and we think about two of the world's leading architects, their first permanent buildings in the UK, in Dundee, one a cancer centre and one a design museum. It's an incredible story for the city, I think. But yeah, I would urge anyone to kind of go and visit, just to walk outside the building. I did the thing when you advised me to walk around the labyrinth, which is wonderful. But also that incredible energy, that the words, what was it, the Yiddish word that Gary was inspired by?
Heimish.
Of homeliness, it's there in spades, isn't it? It is. Does anyone have any questions for Leslie?
Maggie's isn't very big, and there must be hundreds of people at any one time who could benefit. How do you avoid it appearing overcrowded?
Yeah, it's interesting because there is an ebb and flow right the way through the day, so there can be a congregation and then there can be silence as everybody's moved into the pockets of the building. But you're right, we have to work all the time with capacity, which means that we have to use our space as wisely as we can. So that's there within the programming of the timetable, but also in terms of the length of the day. So we have things in the evening, we also have things at the weekend, so that we can accommodate numbers.
Would anyone else like to say something to Leslie? I think it was really, really interesting how we started the day talking about some of the softer aspects of architecture and the brief that people were given, some of the architects, about the feel of buildings as well.
Thank you, Leslie. I'm Danuta, another psychologist. I think this is fantastic, and I've visited several Maggie's centres down south. But it strikes me there are so many people living with long-term conditions.
Exactly.
On openness to other diagnoses, if you will. So I'd like to hear your thoughts. But obviously Maggie herself did have cancer, as I understand it.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, it is in the cancer world, but I want it to be an exemplar to anything. So I've had the privilege to work alongside people with diabetes or with cystic fibrosis and various different chronic conditions. And the same works because we're all human beings just working our best to try and take on that challenge. And if you have an environment that enables it, but the synergy, so the professional staff within it, right, be it within the NHS, be it within the third sector, it doesn't matter, then you're creating the most likely way of enabling people. That's what it's about, and that's any condition.
It's just a comment, really. Obviously, I just give a presentation on care homes. And just to back you up, I think it's a really good exemplar as precedent for these types of buildings, which, let's face it, care homes are end-of-life care. And, you know, it's just amazing how much hospices and these buildings have developed, but yet care homes have really remained static. So I think there's so much to learn from your presentation. Thanks.
Sorry, my point was similar. How can we make our care homes as good as our Maggie centres?
Beg your pardon?
How can we make our care homes as good as our Maggie centres?
I don't know. That's very generous of you. I think if you speak to anybody, if you speak to the people who inhabit their care home, not just the folk who are living there, but also the staff who are working there, they'll have ideas. They'll know how to make this something which actually is appealing to the diversity of the folk within. And also with very limited resource. We don't have much resource within the Maggie Centre. We manage to raise for our buildings, but then we have recurrent costs. And one of the things that I would be encouraging is that kind of openness and that idea to go back to the simplicity of, and I think you talked in the conversations at the end of Leslie's talk, was the idea that go back to the home, what makes it a home, and how can we translate that into accommodating this diversity of people? How can we go to the nurturance, but also the idea of the respect for privacy, but also that need for connectionness and the fluidity that you have to create for that. That's a good point.
Having used Maggie's, I know that as soon as you walk through that door, when you're feeling frightened, scared, you don't know what's going to happen, it envelops you like a blanket. And I do feel, having listened to the talk about the care homes, the building is very special, but it's not just the building, it's the people.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't matter how wonderful the building was if the people didn't care the way they do in Maggie's.
Yeah.
It just wouldn't be, it wouldn't survive.
Mm-hmm.
And it survives because of the professionals, the volunteers, the people who give money, and the people who go to use it. Who come out of it, as I did, a person who knew herself better.
Thank you. That's extraordinary. Thank you.
I'm afraid we're going to have to wrap it up there, but it's a really kind of good point, I think. And also one of the themes that we're trying to explore in this festival, the first Dundee Design Festival, is it draws on a theme of Patrick Geddes, who was a professor of botany here for 30 years, who had this central tenet of place, work, folk. And the way that I see an example like Maggie Centre is that where design connects all of those things, not one of them is independent. They all kind of rely on one another to work. And just my experience of going in there and seeing all of these things come together is a really, really good example of all of these things connecting: place, work, folk, design. So please, can we thank Leslie for her incredible talk. Thank you.
Thank you. I've left you lots of information should you wish to offer it to anybody or to use it yourself. They're all here and you can take whatever you wish.
Thanks. And the Frank Gehry model is out there and back in Dundee only for a few more days. And next up we have designs on justice, so more examples of people from across different disciplines using design to improve people's lives. So thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
That's great.
perhaps means that we're going to get a drafted one found at the top. You're going to pick up the ambient side of the room. Try the microphone. So you're just going to use the the hour. What time is it now? On the hour.
Good to start? Oh. Okay, good afternoon. Welcome to this session on Designs and Justice. Oh. Sorry, have we gone? That's us. Okay, this is something that started way back at the start of the year, and the sort of Designs and Justice team is myself, Anne Davidson from the Scottish Institute for Enterprise, Liz Comerford from the School of Law, and Mike Press from Duncan of Jordanston. And we're here to talk about our project, our aims and ambitions for it, and hopefully to build some momentum. So what we really want to do is showcase what we've done, some of the action points that we have identified already, and hopefully get your views in terms of how we might keep this project going. So why Designs and Justice? I sort of stand before you as an ex-criminal defence lawyer, albeit many, many, many years ago. And when I studied, this is what justice represented to me. This is one of the first law books I bought. It's called Gloag and Henderson. Liz will recognise it well. It was buying Gloag and Henderson or a winter coat in my first year. I didn't have much choice. Other key book, Gordon, Criminal Law. My aspirations, this is how I saw lawyers. You know, I was aspiring to buy my first power suit and become a trial lawyer. But when I actually started going out into legal practice, the reality was different. It was much more than just about applying the law. I could understand why people had broken the law. I couldn't condone what they had done, but I could understand what had brought them to the legal firm that I worked for. And it was a holistic range of things. It was much more than just breaking the law or being accused of breaking the law. It was much more about community, lack of access to public spaces, lack of amenities. The actual environment within which people were living, and lack of good role models, people they couldn't aspire to, people who weren't able to say, you can do this, you can be this. So that was the reality for me, that actually justice was much more than just about the law. It covered environmental, health, community, sense of place, and having access to good role models. And that's really what brought the three of us to this project. And you might say, well, why get students involved in this project? The Scottish Institute for Enterprise is very much an organisation that works with students to develop an innovative mindset, and where the opportunity presents itself to apply that innovation to the communities with which they're working. And this is a slide from the World Economic Forum, and it talks about students having the opportunity and the need to acquire social and cultural awareness as one of their character qualities to succeed in the 21st century. And it talks about one of the foundations having a cultural and civic literacy. So that's why SIE is very keen to team up with the University of Dundee and Duncan of Jordanston and say, right, okay, how can we harness the power of students across different disciplines to actually look at improving people's access to justice in Dundee. As I said earlier, lots of different strands there impacting upon the justice environment. You might have come across the title before, Wicked Problem. It's very complex. It involves a lot of different issues. So our starting point for our project in March was we wanted to get students to sort of pull at some of the key strands making up the problems surrounding justice in Dundee. And that was the starting point in March. And we're here before you today to say, right, how can we keep pulling at some of these different strands? So that's my introduction. I just want to pass you on to Liz. Is it Mike? Pass you on to Mike, who's going to talk to you about how we ran the event on the 26th of March.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to talk about what we did. What did we do? We put together an event. We put together a half-day event that was trying to pull together people who were lawyers, people who were designers, people who were students of both law and design, and other people who had an interest in it. And we did it as an event in the Vision Building, which is down near the waterfront. So, afternoon event, trying to look at how you can bring service design methods into a legal context. We've actually, 5 minutes ago, we finished a workshop which was doing much the same kind of thing, but in a completely different context. So how can you use these tools? How can you use these methods to address issues of law? Diverse people, but it was open, it was non-exclusive. We weren't inviting specific people. We set up an Eventbrite, we set up a website, and we invited people in to join us and take part in this event. So why service design? Why use those methods in the context of trying to redesign the criminal justice system? Well, because of the specific qualities and advantages of a design approach. First, it's human-centered. It's all about people. It's all about empathizing. It's understanding people's behaviors and motivations. That's the first thing that designers do when they're dealing with problems. They understand people's behaviors and motivations. And we have specific methods that we use that I think all of us involved in this project believed, yes, you could apply that within a legal context. It's about prototyping. It's about testing ideas in the physical. It's not just sitting around and talking about it or having meetings or writing reports. It's actually doing things quickly, prototyping and failing. That's the key thing about design. You fail, but you fail fast and you fail often and you learn from that and you move on. Again, that's something in the fairly risk-averse area of law that is perhaps quite new. It's social, it's about being collaborative, it's about bringing together diverse groups of people. That's why we made it open. We didn't just want to invite our mates, you know, the people that we work with. We wanted to bring in people that we hadn't expected to have an interest in it. And finally, there's a bias to action. It's not just about thinking, it's actually doing things and seeing what works. Right, a little bit of theory for those of you who might not know anything about design. This is the Double Diamond is a model of the design process that first started out at the Design Council. I think probably most of us, there are variations on this. Design is a process by which we discover things in the world. We look at the world through other people's eyes. We take all of that insight about people and problems to define a problem to work on, to define your design brief, as it were. Then we develop creatively ideas, and then we deliver it, or we figure out how it could be delivered. How do we get to that point that we want to be? So that's the design process. And in the course of this afternoon workshop, we actually covered much of this, as much as you can, to see what would work. Excuse me. 6 things we did. We started off looking at what is design. So actually a very, very brief introduction to what is design, knowing that many of the people in this workshop knew nothing about design. Maybe thought design's got something to do with chairs, possibly, you know, textiles, and how do we get that richer sense of what design is about? So I think it was like a 20-minute, you know, introduction, the 101 introduction to what is design. Then we had an icebreaker. So we had all these diverse people. We had people from criminal lawyers to design students and everyone in between. And we got them to talk to each other using a technique that some of you actually experienced about 2 hours ago here. But that creates community. You know, if you have diverse people in one room, then you actually got to do things to bring them together, to trust each other and to understand each other and actually to like each other. That's important. Then we went through a method called empathy mapping. So we were trying to create, in teams, trying to create personas and trying to understand the world through people's eyes. Then we used a tool that we had developed, which is an ideation tool called Rip and Mix, to try and develop a solution to a problem that the empathy mapping had identified. Then we use a technique in service design called journey mapping. So how we look at the development and the implementation at all stages of people's interaction with the service. And then finally, people reported back in teams about what they'd done. And I'm just going to take you very briefly through one example to see how one team did it. This one team, and we're going to hear from one of its members later, identified Brian. Brian's 10 years old. Brian's to blame for all of his problems. That's what he's told. That's what he's told all the way through life. He's responsible for changing. You have no future. You'll end up in jail. What does he see in the world? He sees dark places, right? He doesn't see very much joy. He doesn't see much happiness. He actually wants love. He wants a lot of love, but he doesn't get any. So he has all these defense mechanisms to protect himself in this world that actually is quite hostile to him. So that was what they started with, Brian. And actually, in creating the persona of Brian, they were tapping into their own experience and their own expertise of people like Brian. Then we use the rip and mix method. In a nutshell, rip and mix takes a problem and it collides it with a positive experience, a randomly selected positive experience or service. The positive experience was the personal trainer. The problem was that education wasn't valued by the family that Brian was part of, right? So how do we use the concept, the idea, some of the qualities of a personal trainer in addressing that? And they came up with the idea of a neighborhood engagement bus, a bus which gathers neighbors and provides free positive reinforcement, etc. And then they mapped this. Using journey mapping to show how Brian will be aware of it, maybe is a little bit curious, not sure whether he wants to take part in it, he's referred to take part in it. Gradually he gets interested, and the whole point of this bus is that it exposes him to positive things, positive experiences that otherwise he wouldn't have had. Okay, I'm now going to show a short video of the workshop.
I think especially with the subject of the criminal justice system, it's easy to be judgmental and it's easy to be closed-minded. So today, looking at it from a design point of view, I think lots of different avenues are going to be opened up and you're going to see things that you wouldn't have seen before and think things you wouldn't have thought before. I hope to get a fresh perspective of the subject and to take away from other professions as well. I'm sitting at a table with an interior designer, a man from the council, and a man that has his own design business. So taking away from my own legal, analytical mind, I would like to be more open-minded.
I think in order to maybe tackle some of the issues in communities, it's important to get professionals to talk to each other and also to maybe talk to people in the community more as well, which could be a big challenge, and I think maybe design can help, break down those areas, basically.
I think institutions, will find this challenging. I think institutions will need to be open to new ideas and to actually not immediately put up barriers of, we couldn't possibly, that wouldn't possibly work, or that's not going to be able to fund that, or we're not going to be able to evaluate that properly. I think we need to try, different approaches. Up to now, obviously, we've not got the answers, and so we can only improve.
What I really liked about today is that I found that design thinking can be used in justice and that you can learn about it even though you don't study design, because I'm a geographer and I feel that many people who don't study exactly, particularly what is needed for that environment, like improving healthcare or justice, they feel they can't make a difference, but everyone's view matters. And what I really like is that if you're just a human that empathizes, you can come up with solutions that don't really have anything to do at first sight with the justice system to improve people's lives, because it's all about prevention and offering them what they need in the first place so that they don't end up getting into trouble in the first place.
this definitely has an impact on how you would take kind of criminal justice forward, because the person has to be at the centre of what you're doing. The person has to be considered. They need to be at the heart of what's going on, and in order to actually make improvements to the criminal justice service, you can't do it without putting them in it.
I'll pass you over now to Liz.
Okay. I'm conscious of time here, but I want to speak very briefly to you today about the value of collaborative working. Collaboration is a very simple idea, isn't it? You know, it's not a scientific breakthrough or a genius invention or a complex legal theory, but I think it's very much the idea of humans getting together collectively to consider problems that if you were to approach them from a single disciplinary approach are almost too massive to kind of contemplate. So it's very much about that idea of simplicity and involving human-centred design and empathy. Although it strikes me as a very simple idea to collaborate, in education terms it's a comparatively recent development, but it's one that's gaining momentum now within the university sector, so I think that's really as it should be. And the Designs and Justice event that we ran in March was my first involvement in a collaborative event and a cross-disciplinary event, and so I do apologise if I'm slightly overly evangelical about its benefits, but it really was a great experience to be part of, and hopefully the film that you've just seen gives you a sense of some of the things that we dealt with and how the afternoon event ran. As Mike and Anne have both touched on separately, the idea is that Designs and Justice isn't going to be some sort of abstract academic event that we're running in isolation. We very want to identify concrete aims as to where we go from there with this and develop these both within the community of Dundee itself and out with using the toolkit that we used in the afternoon. So it's very much something that we want to move on and develop and actually gain some positive ideas and put them into practice from these. So collaboration, it's a problem-solving tool. Why collaborate? It's a problem-solving tool. I think the idea of getting people together with fresh approaches, different perspectives will foster innovation, and it will produce knowledge sharing, good practice sharing, all these sorts of positive things that we can get very excited about our students and ourselves being a part of. I also think it's worth mentioning that there's a move within universities now to move to wider faculties, and that's happened at Dundee. I'm now part, as a lecturer in the law school, of the School of Social Sciences at Dundee, and that's a kind of super-sized school now, and I work alongside environmentalists, economists, geographers, and I think this shift, which is mirrored in many other universities now in Britain, will be a very good environment within which to foster much more collaborative work. It's reflective of a broader trend, and it will support that. And it's all about moving beyond, the so-called siloed learning. As lawyers, we like our jargon, we like to approach things in specific ways, maybe arguably still with a bit of unnecessary mystique. But it's about moving beyond that and about, breaking down resources, jargon, learning outcomes that are specific to individual disciplines. So we've said before that, collaboration is a simple idea, but I think the fact that it's simple doesn't mean to say necessarily that it's neither easy nor intuitive. People come to things with differing perspectives, and that sometimes results in kind of passionate disagreement, as it were. People come with different priorities based on their own learning experiences and their own life experiences. But I don't really see that as being a negative. I see that rather as being a positive, to thrash out disagreements and to discuss why things should be perhaps prioritised as against the other thing at that point. I think that can only help the end user for a design service to have that healthy debate at times. And lawyers obviously are quite good at passionately disagreeing with various things. That's what they're equipped to do. So I think one point that I'd like to make about the Designs and Justice event is I understand that there is a value to collaborative working in a more remote way, and that technology now supports that. But I think it's very important to make much of the benefits that actually happened coming together that afternoon as human beings round the table with a coffee, being able to discuss things. I don't think you can underestimate that. It's great that we have the tools to do things differently now, but it's a very human-centred approach, and to actually sit down and discuss something with someone that you've just met from their perspective and debate the value of that is really, really very valuable. And it's all to do, of course, with the breadth of education. What I'm trying to do, in my perspective, working in the law school, is to try and create and develop 21st century lawyers who are able communicators and who've got a sense of the world around them rather than exclusively about their own discipline and looking at it in a very blinkered way. I think that's very, very important, and it's certainly one of the skills that employers are looking for, people with a breadth of education and interest in the world in general, and anything we can do to promote that is very useful. From a design thinking element, lawyers now, I mean, some people are quite sniffy about this description, but what we do as lawyers now is very much about the delivery of legal services. Some people think of it as much more noble and lofty, and there are aspects to that, but what we do is we provide services to people. So the design thinking element was very useful for my students in that it gave them a kind of ability to approach legal design and services from a different angle. There's an interesting statistic that I want to share with you before we finish up, and that's from a survey that was conducted by LexisNexis, a big legal company, last year. And what they said was they looked at client service, and it turned out that 80% of lawyers felt they gave good client service, whereas when they sampled their user group, the clients, only 40% of those thought that they'd got good client service. And it turns out that the mismatch was all about the matrix that they used to measure the experience. Lawyers tend to come at it from rating the quality of legal advice given. They're focused on that. That's their measure, as it were. Whereas clients come at it from the value of the interaction that they got from their lawyer. How did it make them feel? What was the process like? So I think design thinking and giving my students an insight into that has been very useful, because it's meant that they can almost revisit process and think, why have we done things that way for hundreds of years? Might it not be better to approach it in a more client-centred way? And for that, I'm very, very grateful to have been a part of this collaboration. So I'm now going to hand you over to Mike, who's going to speak to some of the students who'll give you some of a sense of what they got out of that particular afternoon and where we're going to go for things from there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. So one of the key reasons for doing this is because of education. Actually, because in higher education, we have to transform what we're doing to make higher education relevant for the needs of the 21st century. And arguably, right now, it isn't in many places. I would say that Dundee is actually an exception to that. We've got four of the students who are participants in this workshop with us this afternoon. If I could ask you to be upstanding and maybe join us on the stage. This will be very, very brief. And actually, if I can start with you, because you're a law student, did you find anything surprising from the event?
Well, one of the things that I liked about the event was the fact that you started with the end user at the very beginning, and that was so you could gain an appreciation of what the person in the middle, what service they would need. And I think design thinking at the moment is definitely, like Liz says, gaining momentum within the legal profession. I think access to justice is a big issue just now. People aren't really happy to pay the fees that are being quoted by lawyers at the moment. I think a lot of that's to do with the underlying model of law firms. It's very traditional, and design thinking is a way of trying to challenge that, to change it, and in order to improve access to justice for the end user, which is a client, be it someone who's got a criminal problem or an employment issue or even like a contract dispute.
Okay, so was there anything specific that you took away from that day and you thought, actually, I'm going to start doing this as part of my study or part of my practice?
Yeah, I think one of the main things that I took away from the event was just to look at other areas, other industries, other services, and to analyse them, what makes them good, and how those qualities could be used in the legal profession to improve legal services and to improve access to justice.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm going to move right down to the end. And we saw you actually when you were in the film. What was the key thing that you got from your involvement in it?
The thing that I liked the most was that I felt that even though I was a geographer, I wasn't alien, and that what we learned in geography is, in human geography, for example, that there are social justice issues and there are things that we can solve. And what I took the most out of it is that if I have an idea of how I can solve something, if I see an article about an issue that is recurrent, because some of these things, they're obvious, but yet people don't do anything about them, and many people talk about them, and I feel that it taught me that I just need to reach out to other people and say, let's do this, let's make a change.
Okay, thanks very much. The final two people I actually know very well because I teach them, so I can ask slightly deeper questions here. But Umi, if I can start with you, because you've been on a real learning journey in the last 2 years, from coming over here from Brunei to be a graphic designer and suddenly engaging in just about everything that you've come across in Dundee, service design, social design, etc. What have you gained from that?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't have gotten the opportunity I have in Dundee than I would in Brunei. I've learned about collaborating with different other people and people from different sectors, and by attending all these different conferences, it not only broadens my view as a designer, but as a general human being on this earth who wants to make a difference and wants to be that crazy person up in front for Pecha Kucha and be that crazy peg that sees, right, that's going wrong, but I've seen that work in a different country. What if we implement it and change it and adjust it with the cultural differences to make it fit where I come from? An example is I recently had a guest over from the University of Kiel to come visit my degree show. She is a forensic criminologist, and she was actually speaking to me about the prison and the criminal justice system that's currently happening in Malaysia, where instead of allowing the prisoners to just stay there for however long they're supposed to do, she said the Malaysian government were now thinking about allowing the prisoners to have their weekends off, where they can go do part-time jobs or even continue their masters. And she said that one of the cases involved that one of the prisoners ended up, after being released, he graduated with a master's. And I think that's a fantastic opportunity, but I wouldn't have known that if I didn't dabble in every single thing I do, or as Simon Cowell does, keep his finger in every single pie.
Okay, thanks so much. And anyone who's interested, Umi is one of our graduates this year, and her work is in the degree show. Go to the graphics degree show at DJ CAD and see her work. And you can also see Rachel's work in textiles. And again, you too, Rachel, you've been involved in so many different things. As a textile designer, how do you think these kind of initiatives have kind of moved you forward in terms of your insights and skills?
Yeah. I've kind of always struggled with my degree. Of course I love textile design, but I've kind of found it hard to find what is like the real purpose for it. So service design got me interested how I could use my skills as a designer and apply them to different fields. So I've been lucky enough to be involved with projects with the V&A, with the DHI, looking at healthcare, and now with law as well. It's something that's actually gave me kind of a purpose for my design. And it's something that I think is really going to feed into my future as well.
Great, thanks very much. And I mean, it's worth saying that the DHI thing, the Digital Health Initiative, that was a project which the SIE, the Scottish Institute for Enterprise, was behind. Thanks very much indeed for joining us, and I'll pass you back over to Anne just to finish off.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we would like your views on where we go from here. You've had a very quick run through of what the project was. We'd like to build on that momentum, and we'd like your views. Myself, Mike and Liz are going to be around. You're very welcome to join us for a cup of coffee or have a chat with us at the end when I wrap up in a couple of minutes. But there's a few things that we would like to know. We've got an idea that we want to develop open resource tools that people can use. We want to create more opportunities for cross-disciplinary events. We want collaborations and future events. We want to look at developing and supporting social enterprise in this area, and our emphasis is very much on action. Where do we go from here? We have some ideas, but we would like your views in the true spirit of co-design and working with different stakeholders. I have two colleagues here, Matthew and Danny. We have some very large post-it pads and some white card. If you're interested in keeping in touch with us and having us keep in touch with you, we'd like you just to put your name, your email address, possibly a bullet point about what you've taken from this event, and maybe some skill or resource that you think you could offer by way of building the momentum and what you've heard about the Designs and Justice projects so far. We have ambitions for Dundee, but we also have ambitions to see if we could roll this out on a sort of Scotland-wide basis as well. So that's us. I believe we have to wrap up because there's now some live streaming to Venice, as you do, from Dundee. But we're all around for some time after this. We'll probably grab a coffee. So do come and chat to us. And do please leave your details with Danny and Matthew if you're interested in helping us build that momentum. So thank you for your time. Appreciated. Thank you.
some of, particularly when we come to kind of social or interpersonal kind of things. So using design, whether that's, and I use that with a very small d, like so broader view as well. So whether that's through filmmaking project or whether that's through, I don't know, any number of kind of approaches, thinking anything with a critical approach, I think, but helping well, young people in my case, but communities, I guess, helping them to see what they're learning over there. And so big questions around, yeah, like what can that do for mental health, for example, rather than a problem solution focus, because I guess particularly with the guys that we work with, a lot of, I don't know, I think it's about sharing life together rather than seeing, and I don't think it has danger to go down this route, but I don't think it is. I think a lot of young people see other people looking at them as a problem to fix. So I think, yeah, totally. So I think starting, from the inside out, yeah, I think that can take us in all kinds of crazy directions. So as I'm it's kind of summer program coming up, I tend to do a bunch of trips that kind of work with young people. Where do you want to go? And straight away it's like go-kart, and because it was brilliant last year, and that kind of sense of we'll do the best. So we'll do that, but we'll also go, okay, well, let's go on sea fishing, or let's do falcon reef. You're never going to, and so that kind of balance between, so seeing it more as a spectacle than but within that. And I think that, I mean, we've worked very hard to, like our setup is, we kind of talk about community over activity, and although they're bounded relationships that we have as workers and young people, they're very much reciprocal relationships, so that idea of there's a lot of give and take, so it's a lot about doing things together rather than a sense of, okay, I'm a worker and I'm going to like either give you the power or tell you what to do. So it's kind of so if it was a different group of young people, art might fall off there entirely. But it just happens, and I'm really glad and happy that there's just such an amazing kind of we've tended towards the two things that seem to have stuck with just 2015 probably. So I've worked there about 8 years in different kind of roles, but just recently. So my background was graphic design before that, and motion, but graphics and things like that. But I went through a community learning diploma, which was great because they kind of took me on. Okay, you've got one experience, but hopefully you can learn that and we can work back to it. And then so some of the stuff some of that kind of silly kind of epiphany stuff. Wait a minute, this is not a side step, this is actually the same thing. Let me do a kind of thesis on those links. And so just at the start of this year, we started developing for a tiny bit more time to actually explicitly explore the kind of, well, we kind of call it young people's designers of change, but specifically thinking about the design process, specifically thinking about the conversation and beginning to tap into the design sector both from the point of view of what we can learn, but also what we can challenge as well. And I think it's really great. All right, cool, yeah. Did we see something? All right, cool, yeah. So, yeah, this when we did a project in Iris just after I'd kind of done that kind of research, super innovation and digital design services, and Lisa popped into that, but and I got empowered and I kept meaning to to actually get part of the project. But it'd be good to get, even if you want to come to visit or no, neither do I. But brilliant. You might have. Did you add time on this as well?
You know, at 1920 by 1080. That's I, not
So, for my personal first, technical. efficiency for your own sense of what I can control, what I can't control, and how do you teach something in it, basically. So, are you based in Dundee or Edinburgh?
You're plugged direct in, so I'll go give you audio feed now from something. Yes, see if you can hear us. Yeah, through a microphone.
Yeah, no, it would be really great looking at probably start with nice also to thinking about some kind of event, kind of concept or something, realising that.
Hello, hello. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Hello, 1 2 1 2 1 2. Hey 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 hey. 1 2. Hey 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 hey. One, two. Hey, hey. So if he speaks now, we should hear him.
Okay, hi. Hi, how you doing?
And you can hear us too.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, cool. Okay. Bye, bye.
One, two. Hey, hey. So if he speaks now, we should hear him.
Okay, hi. Hi, how you doing?
And you can hear us too.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, cool. Okay. Bye, bye.
1 2. Hey, hey. So if he speaks now, we should hear him.
Okay, hi.
Testing the delay. And you can hear us too.
Okay. I can hear you. Yeah, cool. Okay. Bye, bye.
One, two. Hey, hey.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sean Parkinson. I'm the producer of the first Dundee Design Festival. Amazing to have you all here. It's nice to have more bodies in the room because we're warming it up now. Jeez. We've just come back from Venice. We're away to hear from Thomas Holm from Kaufman, one of the leading healthcare design agencies in the Nordics. It was very kind of Thomas to come over and speak about some of his work that they're doing there, which is extraordinary, and actually that extends beyond Helsinki and Finland into many other countries and actually away from the Nordics and into other parts of the globe as well. And one of the reasons that Dundee is linking up with Helsinki is that we share commonality, one in our both being designated UNESCO Cities of Design in 2014, but also, as we kind of were just talking about, some of the similar problems that our two cities and our two countries face in terms of healthcare. Pardon me. One in terms of, you know, a strange and extraordinary propensity for type 1 diabetes, also in I think levels of deprivation and alcoholism, but also this idea where, sorry, I'm starting dark, we're going to get lighter though, but how design and how design thinking could be at the root of how to solve some of these social issues. So Thomas has been part of some brilliant projects that include a digital project he'll talk about and hopefully broaden out to speak a little bit more about the kinds of clients that they work with to bring, as we just heard from Graham and Lateral North, how you can bring together people of different disciplines to frame problems and find solutions. There'll be a time for a short Q&A afterwards before we segue into another talk today, but which is all kind of following this thread of place, work, folk, design. So, I'm going to hand you over to Thomas. Please welcome Thomas Holm. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thanks for the kind invitation. It was an easy call for me because I've never been to Scotland before, and this gives me an opportunity to be away from my family for 2 days and just drive around the Highlands. So that's my plan after this afternoon. Just a few words. I got an introduction already, but the main thing is I represent a company called Kaufman Agency, and I also represent another company that we have founded roughly 2 years ago, which is a startup focusing on digital health, especially within cancer care. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a minute as well, because I think that provides a great, very concrete example about how we can solve many of the issues that we are facing in healthcare at the moment. But before I get started, just to get an idea of you in the audience, so how many of you have design backgrounds or are familiar with design thinking? How about business backgrounds? And is there many of you who have been working with healthcare in any way before? Wow, okay. That helps me frame the discussion a bit more. So I thought I would start off by talking a bit about what we feel, that what we have seen that healthcare needs right now. And I think my main argument, or the main idea that I would like to plant into your brains today is or the question that I ask is that do we really need to put as much emphasis as we do at the moment on new inventions, on new innovation? Or should we first focus on fixing the base, fixing what's really broken at the moment in healthcare? I'm going to talk a bit more about that. And I'm going to, as I mentioned, use Nona, which is the startup that I talked about earlier. And through that example, try to talk a bit about what designing change means in healthcare, which is probably the world's most stilted industry. It's a really, really complex and, well, not necessarily complex, it's a really difficult environment to apply design thinking. I'm 100% sure that design thinking is what the healthcare system needs at the moment, but sort of getting this fairly traditional industry to understand what design thinking is all about is a really difficult task in itself. So if we have time, maybe I'll go through some principles at the end, but probably I'm going to stick to the two first points here. So just to set the stage, talking design terms, the main design driver in healthcare should be how can we get more value and without paying more for healthcare. And I think this is universal. This is the main problem we're facing in healthcare. It's too expensive and we get too little value out of it. And so my main argument is this: if this is the design driver, why do we keep focusing our brightest brains and our best capabilities, all of our capabilities, on designing all of this really innovative, really useful, of course, but these kinds of inventions that keep popping up a lot all the time, instead of focusing on fixing the base that's broken in healthcare? And I'm going to come back to what I mean by a broken base. So my argument, or my question is, what does healthcare need right now? And I argue that we really know. We already have these tools, we have these technologies, and they have been tested and they are viable. The problem is, how do we get them implemented in this really traditional healthcare system? And I'm referring to basically all healthcare systems globally. They do not differ that much, at least in the Western world. And just to give you some background, some basics for those of you who have not been, who are not that familiar with the healthcare system, I'm going to start off by what the sort of short history of healthcare looks like. And I'm of course oversimplifying a lot. But anyways, looking back a few decades, this was the main model for healthcare in the world. So it was based on the doctor-patient relationship, the family doctor concept. That on top of that, of course, we had social workers as well. But this was really fairly simple. And at some points during the past decades, we realized that there's just too much information and too much different types of treatments, technologies, and so forth for one human mind to grasp. And what we needed to do, of course, is to start specializing. And that is the path that we are on today. So most of healthcare today is based on specializing, and it looks a bit like this. So I often talk about lean healthcare, and it's based on the idea that healthcare has benchmark or lended from other industries. It all started back in the early 1900s with Taylorism and with Henry Ford and everything, where you realize that, you know, it doesn't make sense with a craftsmanship model. Doesn't necessarily make sense if you want to build new products, new innovations at the time, and do it effectively. So we started off with mass production, and this went forward a lot, and we started talking about lean production. And this is what all the management consultants in the world globally started talking about, and this is what healthcare got really excited about as well. Can we use lean methodologies in healthcare to improve outcomes? So basically this is what most of healthcare looks like today. So we have a gatekeeper here, who is usually a primary care physician. And this gatekeeper then makes a decision which path you or me as a patient should go on. So we have one path for diabetes, we have one path for COPD, one for asthma, etc., etc. And these paths and these people on these paths are put there based on averages. And what healthcare at the moment is trying to do is to streamline these journeys or these paths. So, and that of course leads to improvement, but the improvement is really slow and it's really incremental. Doesn't make sense, it's not transformative at all. And this makes sense in certain cases. Of course there's a place for specialization, that's of course something we need to do. But it makes sense for specific types of issues. It makes sense for, say, knee surgery or hip replacement. Because in those cases, you need repetition in order to get good health outcomes. A doctor who does 3 or 4 knee operations a year has less, that doesn't lead to good results. You need at least 50 in order to get the outcomes that we need. But most of the problems in healthcare are a lot more complex. So if we talk about basically any chronic disease, if we talk about cancer, it's really it's a set of interconnected stuff in the background. It's layers and layers of factors that impact how people are doing, how well they are doing. And in order to help patients and produce better outcomes for these kinds of people, we cannot use models such as this that are based on averages. Instead, we need to move forward towards what we call value-based healthcare. And I know I'm running the risk of sidetracking here a little bit, but I'm still going to do it because I love this example. It's not your traditional example it's something I find myself thinking many times working with with the healthcare systems and with management in healthcare. Do you by the way know who these guys are? Anyone? No. I'm actually using this guy here is Henry Ford. So this is the main culprit of what we are doing in healthcare at the moment. He started everything. He started the process where everything started going wrong. But this guy here is not Alvarado. He's another designer, or maybe more. He's an entrepreneur. It's Ingvar Kamprad, who is the founder of IKEA, or IKEA as you call it. And you can think whatever you want about IKEA. But I'm going to tell you why IKEA is such a brilliant business. It is probably the best business idea I can think of, maybe alongside of Google or something. And the story goes, because what I argue is we would live in a far better place if we had listened to this guy instead of this guy, or if we would have benchmarked his thinking instead of his thinking in healthcare. We would be in a completely different world, and I'm going to try to explain why. So picture when IKEA started growing and globalizing, we lived in a world where urbanization was at its peak. So this was in the wake when people started moving from the countryside to the cities, and the needs when it came to furniture started changing dramatically. We had a need for really cheap, affordable, durable furniture into smaller apartments and so forth. So the design challenge for Ingvar Kamprad was to be able to produce affordable furniture, right? And now I'm not going to talk in design terms, I'm going to talk in sort of this guy's terminology. Because what IKEA actually does, and what very few people think about, is it's sort of participatory design, if you will. What it does, it looks at the consumer or the customer as a resource. So if you take a traditional value chain model from any business book, you will see a value chain that goes from research and development, it moves along to sort of production, logistics, marketing and sales, and then you have the end user or the customer at the end of the value chain who's just a passive recipient of something, a product or a service. But what IKEA understood early on was that what if your living room floor would be the production facility? What if your personal car would be part of the logistics chain? And what if you would be the worker in the picking up all the stuff and delivering it to your home? And this is really, really unique. This was really unique and really innovative back in the 60s. But what if healthcare would have looked at this model instead of looking at only how they can lean their own processes and have the end user as a passive participant? I argue that we would live in a completely different world, and we would have a better starting point for using big data, a better starting point for delivering a lot better health outcomes. So the third generation, as I mentioned, is based on value-based health. Is based on value, and there's hardly anyone who can argue with this. This is a no-brainer. We should be able. Value-based means that we should be able to measure the value of what we do in healthcare on an individual level. So how much health are we able to produce with X amount of pounds or euros? More specifically, what this means, and this is for me at least a very useful framework to understand where we need to place our focus when we talk about innovation. The first area is that we need to be able to collect a rich set of data on each individual. Without this, we will not be able to measure value on an individual level. And when I talk about data, I'm not only talking about medical data, I'm talking about any data that somehow affects how well you as a person cope and how well you do. So I'm talking about genomics, which is a lot about our family history. I'm talking about lifestyle data, social and economic data, and so forth, how we consume, etc. And I also argue that this data should be owned by the individual, not by someone else. This is also critical. This is what we're moving towards, this one way or the other in the near future. So this is the starting point. The second thing is that we should be able to co-design our own treatment plans. This doesn't happen at the moment. We set goals, or basically the medical team sets goals for us, and these goals are based on medical guidelines. It should be you and me who are involved in setting these goals, and they should be meaningful to us. This doesn't happen at the moment. And here also, when doing this, making these plans, we should also be able to bundle different sets of services that fit the needs that we have and that are in line with the needs that are meaningful for us. And third, we need to be able to monitor and measure how we are doing over time. And we should also be able to create tools that allow for automated measurement of this. We need to provide healthcare professionals with the tools to automatically react when we need help. And finally, we need to focus on those people, those individuals where the impact is the biggest. So in practice, that means the people who are in need of healthcare services the most. And this then becomes a circle that provides more information, more intelligence about the individual. And all of the technology is the starting point, to be honest. This sounds really cold and sort of not in line with what we've been talking about here today. But this is all, at the end of the day, this is very human-centered. This is what human-centered design in healthcare means. We need this data as a basis, and we need the technology as a basis in order to get this kind of a model to fly. That goes without saying. I also argue that we already have all of, and this is what I refer to when I say that we don't need new innovation, because we already have the digital tools to do all of this, but it's very fragmented, and the way it has been designed is not proper. The way we have designed all of these things is not human-centered. We have not used design thinking when doing so. We've had engineers building different kinds of tools and different kinds of solutions in different areas of our healthcare system, and these don't then talk with each other. So the starting point should be what is desirable for the individual, and only after that we can start asking the question about what the best technical solutions are and so forth. So I think this is basically the framework that I'm going to be relying on when presenting a case study for you. So in healthcare, these are like the guiding principles for us. Pick a battle, do it really well, get some fast wins, and after that you can start scaling. So if we want big impact, we need to do something that's possible to scale. And I'm going to talk a bit about Nona. Before presenting what Nona actually is, I just want to tell you a short story about what the sort of problem is that we saw and what Nona is all about. Nona is actually, it's a Korean word. It means big sister. Someone who looks after you, who takes care of you when you really are down and when you need help. And this is what I definitely think that most cancer patients at the moment need when they are diagnosed, when they're treated, and especially when the active treatments stop and you go into follow-up, when you're left completely on your own. And as I said, we wanted to pick our battles. So this is a project that we started working on with the Helsinki University Hospital, where we realized that there's a huge need for patients when they come out of the cancer treatments and when they lose contact with the clinic. At the same time, the cancer clinics need to follow up on patients for a specific time period, 5 years, 10 years, depending on where in the world we are. And Nona provides a solution for that. So just some background here. About cancer. So I mentioned earlier on that the problem with healthcare universally is that it costs too much and we get too little value out of it. So if we look at the number of cancer diagnoses, these are US numbers because we are mainly looking at the US market to get started with Nona. We can see that the number of diagnoses is growing slowly. At the same time, treatments are getting better. So this is just an example of what they call immuno-oncologic treatments, which basically the point is that you get your own body to work against cancer. And these are going to contribute a lot to making cancer an even more chronic disease than it is today. So we live longer with cancer. And on top of that, of course, we insist on living longer, cancer or no cancer. So we have among us a really rapidly increasing number of cancer survivors. And cancer survivors, of course, that's a good thing. It's a good thing that we're able to live longer thanks to all of these great advancements in treatments and in diagnosis. But the flip side of the coin, of course, is that the costs are rising rapidly. This is also universal. This figure would look roughly the same for Scotland as well, I presume. And humans are really bad at predicting the future, but I don't think we need a crystal ball to say that this is not going to happen. Our societies will not be able to bear these costs, not even in the near future. So what we need to do is to become more critical about what treatments we provide to whom. We need to be more critical to stop treating when something doesn't work, and we really need to identify when treatments succeed and when they fail. And this is when Nona comes into the picture. So what's Nona? I'm going to give you a few examples here. Basically it's a very simple mobile service that allows cancer patients to stay in contact with healthcare professionals, with the cancer center. It improves the quality of care and it reduces the cost of providing care. And as I mentioned, it's been developed together with the Helsinki University Hospital. It's one of the few CCC accredited cancer hospitals in Europe. Comprehensive cancer center, that is. We are at the moment, we are running a trial with 800 patients, so a proper trial where one of the half of the patients are using Nona, the other half are using the traditional monitoring follow-up methods. And we're going to switch halfway through. And we are measuring the effect on quality of life, on resource use, etc., and patient satisfaction, customer experience, and so forth. And of course, we needed a partner such as this hospital in order to validate everything that we do, so that it's based on validated metrics. So Nona allows for early identification of severe symptoms and adverse events. So symptoms is what is caused by the disease, by cancer itself, by the tumor, and adverse events is what's caused by the treatments. So that's basically can be anything from nausea, pain, insomnia, and so forth. Nona also gives us a holistic view of how patients are doing. So basically, when you as a nurse or a doctor, you might have 5,000 patients that is in your area and that you are responsible of following up on. So Nona gives you a full view of all of these people, how they are doing, and it allows you to react when someone is not doing okay. And from the patient perspective, it gives you a sense of security. And it also, for instance, for women coming out of breast cancer treatments, we've seen from our studies that are really, they have a fear, of course, that the cancer might come back, but also they have lost trust in their own body and so on and so on. They really feel afraid, and Nona gives them a chance to contact the clinic right away, and in many cases get the answer back within minutes, at least within a working day. So now I'm going to run a video to show you. This is how Nona works. So let's say I'm Maria. I'm a cancer patient. I just had my breast cancer treatments ended, but I'm not doing well. I'm experiencing a lot of pain, and using this device, mobile device, it works on a computer or on any mobile device, and I can report about this symptom. I can talk about what kind of symptom, report what kind of a symptom it is, where it's at, what's been the duration, how long have I been suffering in this case of pain, how intense is the symptoms. And all of these metrics, of course, are validated, and they are chosen based on what's clinically relevant. So we don't ask anything that's not actionable from a physician perspective or a nurse perspective. So here's what I get in looking at my mobile. I get an overview, a summary of how I'm doing, or of what I've just put in. And this is the important part, or the interesting part. Nona analyzes the data that's been put in, and we have built smart algorithms into the systems, which are also, of course, validated. And based on this, Nona makes assumptions about how acute your problem is. So either Nona gives you a direct answer saying, okay, nothing to worry about, this is not related to your disease, or it says this is urgent, you need to go to the emergency room right away, and different categories in between. This is one thing, but the other thing, this is the heart of Nona. This is from the nurse perspective. What happens when patients report this data? The nurse gets instant feedback on which patients are in need of attention. They can look at the patient-reported data. And they can combine this data with what you see from the diagnostic information. Nona then provides an automated answer, which you as a nurse validate. And when you say that, okay, this was a good catch, Nona learns from this. So it's a learning system. If it doesn't work, if Nona is proposing something that the nurse doesn't feel is the right answer, then she can report this to the system, and the system learns. And right away, the patient gets a message from the nurse. This is just one use case. But there are several use cases, and at the moment we have developed this system to all major cancer types during treatments and after treatments. And returning to the discussion of what Nona is all about, it's about patient engagement. That's the most important thing. without building a system that's really easy to use, that's based on great design, we don't get enough users in order for us to collect enough data about people, and as a consequence, Nona won't provide much more than just a good experience for the patient and for the nurses. We also put down a lot of effort to sort of build a brand, build a story, and so forth. And at the moment, this is working really well. We see that almost 80% of all patients use Nona, or they opt in to use this system instead of the traditional monitoring processes at the hospital. Nona is currently being used in 4 university hospitals in Finland, so basically we are, next autumn we'll be covering the majority of cancer patients in Finland, and at the moment we have just signed our first agreement with 2 US cancer centers, and this is, I'm going to talk a little bit more about why we want to go directly to the US. Here's just some data which is a published study from the Journal of Clinical Oncology, where it shows that looking at patient-reported symptoms data, we get better treatment results, we get cost savings, and we get improved patient experience. And I think the most important parts here, looking from a healthcare perspective, is that we have less emergency room admissions, less hospitalization, and even less mortality. And this is based on the fact that physicians continuously miss 50% of adverse events information and symptoms reports. This is information that no one has at the moment. So out of every two symptoms, doctors miss one of them. And this, of course, is a problem. So I mentioned that Nona has a great effect on the quality of care and the clinical resources, but there's a third part here as well, and that is what we call real-world evidence, and I'm going to talk a bit about that. So the data that we're collecting at the moment into the system has to do with symptoms data, and it has to do with adverse events data. These are the main things. On top of that, we are collecting information on quality of life. So how does different interventions affect quality of life for patients? And this is just what we're doing at the moment. And the second stage here, or the second wave, is that we are negotiating on how to bring in genomics data, how to integrate with existing electronic health records to get more information about diagnostics and treatments, and also to look at environmental and social factors, lifestyle factors, etc. And just what I mean with this is that for instance, I just read a really interesting study about I think it was about schizophrenia patients. So what they had been they made a study and they looked at, they monitored the physical activity of a set of patients. And what they looked at was basically the radius, how big the radius, or how big the radius was, how much the patient moved during a typical period of time. And this was one factor they looked at. The second factor was how much did they use social media. So basically how much time did they spend on Facebook. And combining these two factors helped them predict with almost 100% certainty the occurrence of an anxiety attack. So this is the type of data that we at all the time we need to learn more about. So the typical way to go about this in healthcare, which is of course very evidence-based for good reasons, is that you in advance you define which parameters you want to look at. You're really clear about not looking at any other data than stuff that's been clinically validated. But in the future, using Nona or similar platforms, we're going to move into a different area where we need to be more experimental. We need to collect large sets of data, and out of that data, using modern analytical tools, using cognitive computing, etc., we will be able to find stuff that's really valuable for us from a scientific perspective. So this is what we're working towards. We have a really ambitious vision. Our vision is that 5 million people will be using this system. 5 million people will report information about symptoms and well-being by 2020, and the vast majority of researchers in the field of cancer care will use NONA to discover new ways to overcome cancer. And as I mentioned, we are started working with I mentioned we have two clients in the US, one of which is one of the most leading cancer centers in the world, by far one of the best known cancer centers in the world. And together with them we have signed an agreement with, where we work with research and development, and also running some clinical trials around patient-reported outcomes data. And what we want to do is to learn together with these reference centers, these top centers of the world. And when we find new models that we can validate that work, we want to take this, and we believe that the fastest way to get systems such as this to work in the healthcare environment is not working, for instance, in Europe, where we have a really long and strong legacy, and where we have really expensive, quite bad, frankly, electronic health records and systems that are not sort of wired to support these kinds of these types of services. Instead, we should be looking towards emerging markets where these systems are not in place, so we can basically leapfrog this terrible development stage that we've seen the past 20 years in healthcare in the Western world. This picture is from St. Francis Hospital, which is in Tanzania. It's one of 2 cancer centers in Tanzania. And we have a bit over 40 million people in Tanzania, and we have 2 cancer centers. In Finland, I think we have 12 or 13 cancer centers for 5 million people. And the consequence of this is that even though the cancer prevalence in Eastern Africa is about 1/3 of what it is in the Western countries, the mortality rate is still the same. And that in turn leads to that there's a huge flow of people, middle class and upper middle class of Eastern African people that travel to India to get treated for cancer. And that again requires a lot more focus on having the opportunity to remotely monitor these patients once they go back to their families. And these are the kind of places where we believe that technologies such as NONA could really, really revolutionize the way we treat cancer. So yeah, I'd rather maybe than going into some concrete, basic design philosophies, I'd rather leave a few minutes to questions and answers, if that's okay with you. So I think I'm gonna thank you for your time.
Thank you, Thomas. If you could hang around for a few minutes whilst we encourage some more noise to enter the building. You have to forgive the kind of beeping noise at the back of the room, which kind of is filling this space. So hopefully you can hear Thomas and I well enough. Let's try. I know that there's some people from the healthcare profession here that are working really, really hard in Dundee and also in Scotland to bring people together. I just wondered if anyone had a question for Thomas from anyone who represents the NHS in Dundee. Hello.
Put it on the spot. There you go. Hi, I'm Peter Davey. I'm a doctor here, but I teach in the medical school as well. So actually yesterday we had a really exciting first where we had design students and medical students who've been working together just for about 8 days, and they were given the challenge of redesigning the entrance to our hospital, and we had 6 teams. And they each had a different sort of customer view, you know. So they were people with visual impairment or hearing impairment, or people who had dietary needs, or someone had just been told they'd got cancer, and it was just fantastic. I mean, they really rose to the challenge. But I think what was really interesting for me was to sort of listen to the medical students. These are second, third year students, so they're not. And their interaction and the sort of the meeting of cultures was really interesting. But I think they got a lot out of it. And I think design thinking is not part of healthcare professional education. I mean, I can't really see why it can't be. And I think what you presented is fantastic. I mean, it made me think, actually, maybe we could do something like that, because we actually don't have electronic patient records yet. We've resisted the temptation to buy some system in, and what we do have has been much more kind of built from the bottom up, and more clinically led. So maybe we could do something like this.
That sounds...
I think the IKEA example is just fantastic.
That sounds like a proposal. So yeah, let me exchange cards with you later on. But I really love the idea that you build stuff from bottom up, because few hospitals in the world do that. So if you're able to do that, then that's really, really super. And I also believe in the power of pilots, which I think it's the only way to go about it, and that's why we wanted to sort of focus on. Even though early on everyone was saying, why are you doing this in cancer? Why aren't you doing this in rheumatology? Why aren't you doing this here and here and here? We decided to stick to cancer and not to sort of start to scale it too early. We want to make it really, really comprehensive from the patient perspective and do it really well in one area, at least at first. So that could be one. Yeah.
Hi there, thanks very much. I'm Moira, and I work, I've been a nurse for 20 odd years, and now I'm a designer. Went back into design. And I'd like to ask you about bringing people together for this project. How did you explore the relationships between decision makers and patients or individuals to enable them to have those meaningful conversations that you need to be able to produce something like this? So what kind of environments did you create, and how did they respond to them in the very early stages?
And with decision makers, you refer to?
So your kind of clinical decision makers, as well as perhaps your organisational decision makers. I take that they were involved as well.
Okay. So as mentioned, this was the development phase is of course ongoing. We've had I think almost 100 patients involved in the design of this product. So from earlier on, we started off by understanding the challenges. We didn't even start with proposing any solutions, just talking about what the challenges are and going in depth with that. We did the same exercise with a team of nurses. I think it was up to 20 nurses who have been involved in designing this. And then we had a team of sort of a scientific board of different doctors from different areas. So from health outcomes measurements, the division leaders for breast cancer, and for each new indication we have a division leader involved who has the authority to make an impact and make these kinds of decisions. And then, of course, we have the clinical study, so there we listened as well. But when it comes to interaction between these different parties, that's something that we have a huge pipeline of ideas and stuff that where we want to go next. We have concepts, something we call non-assisters, which is basically like a peer community, but more targeted. So maybe you can picture Tinder, but for cancer patients without the sexual stuff. But because that's the main problem at the moment, at least if you listen to healthcare professionals with peer groups, because cancer, there's no such thing as cancer. There's hundreds of different types there's 200 different types of breast cancer. So many healthcare professionals feel that there's huge downsides as well of allowing lots lots of peer communities to thrive, and therefore being more able to sort of match these people better based on diagnosis, but also based on personal interests and views of the world or whatever could be a really interesting step in the next phase. So we can make it more relevant for each individual. But this is something we needed to go with the sort of medical hardcore stuff first in order to get the community going, and after that we can start working together with different providers. I'd love to see players such as Maggie is involved somehow, and to see what sort of other services, sort of bundles of services we can provide to these people based on the individual needs.
Because that's, it's not even Nonna, it's not a unique thing that kind of is the saviour of any kind of treatment, but it just adds, it provides a kind of super useful tool. I quite enjoyed what you said at the beginning, that big data and the way that technology is part of this. You said it goes without saying, it's a useful leap forward, but it doesn't necessarily replace the kind of human interaction and real space care that places like Maggie's that you were describing earlier, Leslie, provides. But I just want to, before we maybe have time for a couple more questions, just to kind of, can you give us a rundown of the kinds of clients that come to you? And I mean, for example, with Nonna, was it Helsinki University College Hospital? Yes. Is it Big Pharma? Who's coming to you?
When it comes to service providers, hospitals, clinics, there's two types. So there's the academic centers, and then there's usually the centers who don't have the academic interest. And the incentives for these two players is fairly different, but both are interested, and Nonna can be wired to support both areas. Insurers, health insurers, of course, the ones who at the end of the day pay for treatments, they would like to see services such as Nonna, and we are having negotiations, especially in the US, with these people. Big Pharma has really, after we started cooperation with one of these reference centers, they've been hugely interested, because their problem at the moment is that societies ask big pharma companies to show how these treatments work in real life settings, and without this data in the future, pharma companies will not have their treatments reimbursed. So at the moment, I think the most active player is pharma, and it's no longer sort of presenting them with these kinds of ideas. They are actively looking for these kinds of players as Nonna. It's not completely unique. There are other versions, but in terms of when it comes to cancer, I believe no one in the world at the moment is as far along as we are with Nonna.
There's a couple of questions I'm going to take here. Ben?
Yes, you do. Hiya. No, I don't like that. Very interesting idea. Now, I can't stand the sound of my own voice, but you've mentioned a lot of specialties, subspecialties, rheumatism, and the sort. Have you any thoughts about introducing at the primary care level? Preventative medicine is a very important aspect. In fact, everybody knows an ounce of prevention, pound of cure. Have you thought of even trying to implement this at the primary care level?
Of course, it's for us. I've heard this question many times before, and I know that the impact would probably be the greatest in these areas. But then comes in the sort of pragmatist side of me, which says that in primary care, motivation of the vast majority of patients is lower than for breast cancer survivors, for instance. So the reason we picked breast cancer is just it's pragmatic. We know these people are easy to engage, they are really motivated. On top of that, there's a lot of, to be quite frank, I mean, I'm not in this for the money, but that's where the big bucks are, is within oncology, and that's why it's probably going to be easier to succeed in specialty care, where the treatments are super expensive. I mentioned the immuno-oncological treatments. One new treatment, it's in pounds, I would say something like £60,000 a year per patient. So this is the sort of scale of what treatments cost. So if we can somehow help target these treatments better, or at least stop using them faster if they don't work, then that's why I think we wanted to go for cancer. But definitely, end of the day, we or someone else will do that.
I've got time for one last question. Was there someone over here?
Hi, I was just thinking about the big data stuff and the big pharma, and wondering what the political implications of that are. Like, where does all this data go, and like who owns it ultimately? Because there's going to be so much of it.
Yeah, we don't own the data, and that's a really important question. Ideally, as I said earlier on, I would hope that we would have a system where the patient owns their own data, but at the moment, each service provider that we work with owns the data, so they are the registry keepers of this data. So it's the hospital that owns the data, and then you as a patient can provide consent if we want to use this data for research or whatever purpose, and so there's a consent process for that, which of course requires the hospital as well to be involved in doing so. So Big Pharma is not going to see any of the data, that's for sure.
Well, look, thanks so much. I mean, I think this is the tip of the iceberg, really, and I know that there are as many people in the room that will maybe want to carry on this conversation outside, in here, or quietly in a corner, secreted under a curtain. But, you know, can you please join me in thanking Thomas all the way from Helsinki, Finland. Thanks very much. And stay with us. We have two incredible speakers as well, Sue Black and Niamh Nic Dade, going to ask what can design do for forensic science. See you soon. Thank you.
It's about equality, it's about fairness. So our project is about that. Why does it matter? Well, it matters, again, because it's about people's liberty, and it's about treating people fairly in the society that we live in. But let's take a little look back in history first to start with, so that you get an idea of what it is that I'm talking about and why it is that we've brought this project, as I said, to the city. 801 years ago, this document, the Magna Carta, enshrined for our society in the United Kingdom, but also across the world, the idea and ideology of fairness when it comes to criminal justice. The document was between King John and some of his barons who felt that they weren't getting fair play. And the document enshrined, there's 3 clauses of it that still are held in place today, and it enshrined in one of these clauses the ideology around the fairness of trial. So 2 things were very important. One was the right to have a trial, and secondly was the right to equality of arms, that individuals would be tried by their peers, so by a jury, by the public, in order to be able to make a decision as to guilt or innocence in a particular matter of dispute. So our ideology around justice and around fairness comes from this document, and that's important. If we look back in time and go back into history, so what I'm showing you is a timeline, all the way back to the 1200 when the Magna Carta was first enshrined. And there were periods across this timeline that were momentous in terms of change. They were periods like the Renaissance, there were periods like the Age of Enlightenment, and there were periods like the Industrial Revolution, where almost humanity turned on its axis a little bit and created a time of change. The Magna Carta sits down here. What's this got to do with forensic science? Well, the science that we use within our criminal justice system sits kind of around about here. And we really have only been using different aspects of science, so-called, for about 150 years within criminal trials. Started first with looking at fingerprints, which was first analysed and looked at in 1880 by a Scotsman out of what is now the University of Strathclyde. And he first looked at the idea of fingerprints being a unique identifier, being a biometric. In around the 1900, we started looking at signatures and handwriting as a means of identification. We also looked at body mapping and looking at anthropology and what our measurements look like as a means of identification. And in and around the 1800s, we started to look at matching bullets to weapons as a means of trying to link those 2 items of evidence together. The step change in forensic science happened in 1984, and that was when we started to realize the usefulness of DNA as a means of potentially identifying an individual. 1984, it's only about 30 years ago. And that was the revolutionary step change in terms of what we do in forensic science. I'm going to come back to these evidence types in a little bit later. First, let's look at the actors in the game. So when we talk about forensic science and when we talk about the criminal justice system, we're really dealing with a number of different sets of individuals. And those individuals are ones that have difficult conversations with each other. They are law enforcement who investigate crimes. They are the scientists who use their skills in looking at the items that our law enforcement colleagues collect at crime scenes and then take those on to try to make linkages and investigate them in the context of that crime. There are our judicial colleagues, so the judges and then the prosecutors and defenders of a particular individual given or within a particular case. And there are also, of course, the jury. The triers of fact, the people who make up the ultimate and who make the ultimate decision about guilt or innocence of an individual. We communicate with each other, but we're not terribly good at communicating with each other. And that causes us a problem. We also have to communicate with the jury. So we have to take our science and we have to turn it into language that's understandable by a jury, that's understandable by the public, and that's not always easy. And the conversations that we have within this piece between the scientists and the lawyers and the scientists and law enforcement are complex and are difficult because we don't speak the same language. Because we talk about science if you're a scientist and you talk about law if you're a lawyer. And sometimes that language barrier is really difficult to overcome. This has stopped working. Thank you. One of the things that's important to realize, as I said, we're talking about science into the courtrooms. And one of the things that's important to realize is just how good is that science? Well, because we think it should be the best, shouldn't it? We're talking about justice. In 2009, the American National Academy of Science produced a report which you see up on the screen. And what this did was it looked at the fundamental science behind forensic science. It looked at what it is that underpins the scientific discussions around ballistics and fingerprints and blood patterns and anything else, really. Is there a robustness of science behind these different types of evidence that are used in our courtrooms every single day and that are used in the most serious cases that we bring to trial? And what the National Academy of Science showed was that, well, there isn't. And in actual fact, most of the science that we use, that we call science, and that we use within the criminal justice system isn't actually scientific at all. And that caused an enormous difficulty for us. In some areas, this is a judge in the Supreme Court in the United States. This quote was made last year, and this judge simply said that in actual fact, a lot of the science that is presented within the courtroom as science is no better than witchcraft. That's, as a forensic scientist, is pretty damning and is pretty worrying, quite frankly. If you Google forensic science, and you look at newspaper headings over the last year, and these are just from the last year, you start to see where the problem is now starting to move. And we're looking at cases that involve miscarriages of justice. We're looking at cases that are questioning every single type of discipline and evidence type that goes into our courtrooms. Even DNA. And in the United States earlier this year, one of the judges within one of the courts in New Jersey refused to allow DNA evidence into the courtroom. DNA is our gold standard. DNA is the best science that we can do. And now it's not being allowed into the courtrooms. So what are we to do? How do we get a grip of this problem? A year ago, at the university, we were able to engage with the Royal Society down in London and bring together a meeting that involved trying to address this problem. And this meeting was held in the Royal Society, as I said, down in London, and we were very fortunate to be able to bring members of the judiciary, the most senior members of the judiciary, together with senior scientists, together with practitioners within forensic science, together with law enforcement, to try to have a conversation about this problem. And that very act, firstly, of getting forensic science, such an applied science, into the Royal Society was in itself impactful and groundbreaking. And secondly, the fact that we could encourage this conversation across these different distinct groups allowed us to begin to start to tackle this problem. And it's this paradigm shift, the paradigm shift being simply having the conversation. It's this paradigm shift that has carried on now into the bigger project that we're doing here in the city. What is the problem? Part of the problem, apart from the fact that we've got very little science underpinning what we do, part of the problem is in engaging in these conversations. And part of the issue is that, firstly, forensic scientists, judges, policemen, are all quite conservative in terms of how they do their business. And so we are very good at staying within our very safe silos. And part of what we want to do in the new project that we're going to be starting in July, part of what we want to do is to break these barriers down. And if you think about the types of silos that we sit in, and the types of communication that we have to have, let's consider just the scientists for a moment. The kind of scientists that work within forensic science are chemists and biologists and physicists and perhaps engineers and others that have a particular task to do. So I'm a chemist. But within forensic chemistry, we've got people who do drugs work, we've got people who do fire investigation, we've got people who do explosives, we've got people who look at bullets, etc. So even within a single discipline of forensic chemistry, we're siloed in our approach. We're siloed in our thinking, and we're siloed in how we communicate with each other. So this project was about bashing down those walls, was about gathering all of these individuals together to try to have a conversation. And what we needed to do was we needed to change how we do our business. That was really clear. The solution that was proposed from the 2009 National Academy's report about the state of science behind forensic science was to throw money at the problem. And in the United States, they threw a lot of money at the problem. But what they did was they threw the money to the same places that they've always thrown the money. And what happened was the problem wasn't resolved. So the approach that we're taking is taking the money that we now have been successful in winning, the grant that we've got, and actually looking at the problem in a completely different way, and actually disrupting the ecosystem of forensic science almost completely. And so what we want to do is we want to take a step backwards, look back and reflect on these moments of disruptive change, positive disruptive change that have happened throughout history. So when you look back at the Renaissance or at the Age of Enlightenment, or indeed in the Industrial Revolution, what was it that created these moments of catalysis, these moments of hugely impactful change? How can we redo that for forensic science? And one of the things that we've identified is a concept called the Medici effect. It comes from the Renaissance, from the Medici family back in Florence, and what they encouraged to happen. And what they encouraged to happen was an intersection of disciplines. They funded an intersection of disciplines. What I mean by that was they provided a space and they provided the resource so that engineers and artists and poets and writers and scientists and lawyers and policemen and the public could all come together and have a conversation. And it's at these moments of intersection where we really get opportunities to create extraordinary ideas and extraordinary periods of change. And that's what our project is going to do. Now, when we had our meeting at the Royal Society and we looked at how we're going to do this, we brought in people that are not used to talking outside of the theatre of court to each other. So I, as an expert witness, the only time I ever really talk to the judiciary is when I'm standing in the witness box. And believe me, that is not a comfortable place to be as an expert, or indeed as anybody, because it's very formalised. So you can't have this dialogue and this conversation terribly easily within that setting. So what we did at the Royal Society meeting was we brought our senior judiciary and our police officers and our forensic scientists and our academics together into a room, and because we're quite uncomfortable with each other, we decided what we needed to do was bring in a third party who would make all of us feel uncomfortable. So we'd forget about being uncomfortable with each other. And that's exactly what happened. And what we did was we brought in some business modelers. And these business modelers made us think of things and made us engage with each other to think about things like value and empathy. And why is it that we're doing what we're doing? What do we want to use science for? Why does it matter? And those conversations were incredibly liberating, but also we forgot about the fact that we actually were concerned about talking with each other, because we now had a universal group, which was our business modelers, that we could dislike. And in that respect, it changed the game for how we had our conversations. So having these strategic conversations are critically important. Within the space of what we're going to do in this new research centre, we're going to take the traditional evidence types, like fingerprints and footwear marks and tyre marks and blood patterns and anything at all that you might think of, and we're going to put it through a unified tool, which is going to look at, do we understand scientifically how we can detect these things, how we can recognize them if we do detect them, how we can compare them, how we evaluate that comparison, and how we communicate that to the jury, to the public. We're going to look at, well, what's the value of these things? Is there actually any point in looking at fingerprints anymore? Is there any point in looking at handwriting or ballistics or DNA? What are we trying to achieve? Why do we do it? What does it contribute? What's the context of these evidence types within our new criminal justice system? And where are the boundaries of our knowledge? Our new research centre is going to be based up at the University of Dundee, just very close to here. And it's going to be completely different from anything you might imagine in terms of a research centre. One of the most important things is that our research is transparent. And part of that transparency is in the premises that we will have a thing called a doodle wall. And a doodle wall is where our scientists and our visiting practitioners will literally come in and they will write up on this wall about the projects that they're dealing with. So if we're going to tackle something like fingerprints, then we will be creating the research on this wall that anybody, members of the public, people across the university, staff, students, grannies, teenage hackers, whoever, can come in and can get engaged in this project. We're also going to have a crazy wall. And the crazy wall is where the crazy ideas go. It's completely different from doing science. It's where people will come in and say, hey, have you thought about doing this? And we stick it up on the crazy wall, because for every 50 crazy ideas, we'll get one that will stick and one that might completely game change how we do our business. And we're going to have a data cave. And a data cave is an immersive space where you can walk inside of your data. And you can stand in it. The gamers will love it, and they'll know what I'm talking about. You can stand inside your data, and you can look at it in 360 degrees. And you can get groups of people standing inside there and looking at this data and this information together, because out of that, again, you'll start to spark different responses and different ideas as to what it is that we can do and what it is that we might be able to achieve. This project, the most important thing about this project is that we're going to have fun doing it. And as a scientist, scientists usually aren't, I suppose, linked necessarily with having fun at work. We're quite serious people, or at least allegedly serious people. But this project is all about creating this spark of ingenuity. And the very best way of doing that is by having fun. One of the things, this project is a 10-year project. And one of the things that's important about it is what it's going to do to the city of Dundee. And we want the people of Dundee to get involved in this work with us, because the people of Dundee are the people who will make up the juries in Dundee. You have to understand the science. So get involved in creating that science with us and exploring what it is that we can do on this 10-year journey that we're about to embark in. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Niamh. Don't run away. Don't run away. Maria, how are you?
Yeah, good.
Good.
Yeah, inspired.
Inspired. That's a word we associate with Niamh and Sue and the great work that they do here in Dundee. I'm sure you have some questions for Niamh, so we'll open up to the floor now. Who'd like to ask the first question, ladies and gents?
Come on. Yes.
Great. Bear with me.
Niamh, picking up on your final point about the involvement of the general public of Dundee, how do you see that developing, or is it too early a stage to predict that?
One of the things that, it's a really good question, thank you. One of the things that this project is going to do is, initially, we want to tackle some of the bigger issues around the science that we need to look at. And the way in which the project will work is, let's say we want to look at ballistics. So we want to look at this idea that when you fire a bullet out of a gun, it leaves a trace on the bullet that you can link back to the gun. There's no actual defined science behind that at all. So the first thing we will do is we will bring together the individuals from across our ecosystem. So we'll bring the judges and the police officers and the experts within this domain from wherever it is in the world, and bring them together to have this conversation about, can we do this, what's the value of it, and so on. From that piece, of that conversation, we'll be able to then look at what needs to be done in terms of the scientific underpinning of that particular type of evidence. At that point, that evidence will go up, or that type of evidence will go up onto our doodle wall, so it will be available for anybody to see and anybody to get involved with. The doors of this centre within the university will always be open, so members of the public can engage in this activity by simply coming to see us. By coming in the door, looking at what we're doing, talking with our scientists and our designers and whoever it is that's working on the project, and coming in and scribbling up on the wall if they have an idea that might affect the research or might contribute to the research. Across the project, we also have 72 visiting fellowships over the 10-year piece that we've got. And we'll use that funding for the fellowships to bring anybody from your granny to a Nobel laureate into the project if they can be of value to us and if they can help us in relation to the particular piece of science. So how do the public get involved? The public will can log on to our website, can leave their name, can leave comments, and can get the updates from us in relation to what it is that's going to be ongoing at any given time, and come in and see us.
Thanks. Thank you, Niamh. Do we have another question?
Are you going to advertise at the beginning, you know, like the general public don't know where you are, I don't know what you're, you know, we're here, we're a very small group of people really. How do we, are you going to have advertising going on or something going on?
Yes, absolutely. The project will have its own website that's linked to the university. And as it starts to get going, we have a launch in July, which will be a big event that will attract the attention of all the various parties, will be reported upon and so on. And that will start to engage and make an awareness of this project at that point in time. The two of us who are the directors, Professor Black and myself, are very engaged in public engagement. So whenever we go to events like this, what we will be talking about is this project. And so that's part of the engagement piece that we will be doing. So yeah, it's a 10-year project, so we have an expectation that engagement will grow over the time.
Thanks again, Niamh. Alison, bear with me.
Hi, I'm interested in the space. How did you go about designing the space? Because it sounds like it's a bit different than a normal university might be. And how important was that to get funding or not?
The space is being designed. It is what we have said to the university that we need in order to have this creative engagement. So the space that we know that we want and that we think is necessary, absolutely necessary for this project to be successful, is one which will be open plan, which will be creative, and which will allow our staff to be able to engage very freely with each other, and indeed for anybody coming into it. So it's very much an open plan space. We've worked with our business modelers who are also engaged. They're also part of this project, which is a Glasgow-based company, again another Scottish link. And the kind of space and the creativity that needs to be in that space was very much advised by them. So yes, it's incredibly unusual for a university to give a space like this and to create a space like this. And we've had to be able to convince our university that this is what we need in order to do this work. And once we have that space in place, then I think the work of the project will really will deliver in terms of what it is that we want to do.
Good question, Alison. Thank you. Any other questions? I've got one for you, Niamh, but we'll go to this gentleman first.
Oh, sorry, not for the... Sorry. You're speaking about space. Are you speaking about an existing space within existing buildings within the university or a new build?
No, we're talking about existing space within the university that will be turned over to this project. It's not talking about a new build, not yet at least, but who knows what's going to happen in 10 years' time. But it's an existing piece of space within the footprint of the university.
Niamh, I've got a question for you. And in a couple of talks today, we've heard about the engagement of students in projects like this. And we talked at lunchtime about a project where we brought law and design students together with the judiciary. Is that something you see being a part of what we do within the centre?
Absolutely. We don't just want to engage students, we want to engage children, and we want to engage teenage hackers, and we want to engage grandparents. Children are fabulous for these kind of projects because they have no fear. If you ask a bunch of kids to say, how am I going to solve this problem? If that problem is identifying people from handwriting, and you give them the space, the time, the energy, and the encouragement, then who knows what they can come up with, because they're not afraid to tackle the problem. Students similarly, and people right the way across the spectrum of society. Absolutely, this project is all about engaging the public in this topic. This topic is about justice, our justice. It's about fair play. And it's around that piece that we need to engage right the way across society. That's what this project needs to do and will do.
Yet again, ladies and gentlemen, we have another world-class project happening here in this fantastic city. It's super exciting to imagine what you're going to create here, Niamh. I think on behalf of everybody in the room, I'd just like to thank you for sharing that with us this afternoon.
Come get involved.
An absolute pleasure having you here.
Thank you.
And a huge thank you also to Maria for being up front with us. If you could.
Thank you.
At medical student level, and is more of a whistle-stop tour than an all-encompassing tutorial. But hopefully by the end of this video and the next, you will understand what's inside the larynx and where to find it. I want to begin with an overview of the larynx. It sits at C4 to C6, which is right about here in the neck. It begins at the epiglottis and ends at the cricoid cartilage, right before the beginning of the trachea. The function of this organ is mainly phonation, manipulating air to produce different sounds, and also protection of the lower respiratory tract. Now moving on with the bony structure, and namely the hyoid bone. Okay, so technically the hyoid bone isn't part of the larynx, but it's pretty important to everything around it. It sits at C3 and interestingly is the only bone in the body which isn't articulated to any other. It provides attachment for lots of structures around it, including the larynx. There are three large pieces of cartilage that make up the larynx: the thyroid, the cricoid, and the epiglottis. The thyroid cartilage is the largest of the three, and the protruding part here is called the laryngeal prominence, also known as your Adam's apple. The cricoid cartilage sits at C6, and is the only one of the cartilages that is a complete ring. Lastly, we have the epiglottis. The epiglottis functions to protect the airway from entry of foreign bodies during swallowing by moving over the laryngeal inlet. There are also three sets of smaller paired cartilages: arytenoid, corniculate, and cuneiform. The arytenoids are important as they are the attachment for the vocal folds and ligaments. They are the largest of the three paired cartilages and are pyramidal in shape. The corniculate cartilages lie at the apices of the arytenoid cartilage. The cuneiform cartilages are small and lie anterior to the corniculate cartilages. Lastly, I want to briefly mention the joints of the larynx. There are two joints to mention: the cricoarytenoid and the cricothyroid. The cricoarytenoid joints are synovial and allow a good range of movement in the arytenoid cartilages. The cricothyroid joints aid in changing the length of the vocal cords, which in turn alters the pitch of the voice. Hopefully now you will be clear on the 9 cartilages that make up the larynx. If you'd like to test your newfound knowledge, please take my mini quiz to see how much you know, and thanks for listening.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you, Zoe. I'm sure you agree that was a really great job by her. Hello, everyone. My name is Annie Campbell. I'm a medical artist and educational resource developer, currently working at the University of Dundee Medical School. And essentially what I do is I create medical illustrations and animations that contribute to the medical curriculum. Now, me being a medical illustrator makes me a very niche artist, and I've become one by undergoing some training in medicine and anatomy and biology. And then I also have some skills in digital illustration and animation. So today, what I thought would be interesting for you is to learn how we all work together to create a medical animation like that. And as part of my role at the university, what I do is I provide my services and I provide tools to lecturers and students like Zoe to create medical animations. So here's an example of our process, and I'm sure there are some designers and animators out there, and this is kind of like our production pipeline. So these are the steps that we have to take to ensure that what we produce is medically accurate, it's also educationally effective, and it hits the right checks and balances. Now Zoe is the person who's going to be taking through all of us, and she's the spearheader from kickoff meeting to closing the project. And us, being educational technologists such as Natalie, content experts such as Rod, and myself as the artist, will come in at various points throughout the production to assist Zoe and make sure that her script is accurate, her storyboards meet the requirements, and so it ensures our production, when we come to editing and creating a 3D animation, is seamless. So I'm not too sure how familiar you guys are with 3D modeling, but in order to create a 3D model, we usually take something like this to create something like this. So we're essentially sculpting in a virtual space, and it takes a lot of time. And it takes a lot of time, especially if the structures are really complex.
and that counts for a lot of anatomy, because we want to make sure what we're producing is accurate. Now, we only had 2 weeks to create this animation, and Zoe was the one that's going to be editing everything together. So, at times like this, we look out to see what kind of Creative Commons resources there are, and that's something that, like Natalie said, is we teach as part of the course of creating an educational resource. We found this group by Tokyo University who had painstakingly segmented out the male human body and released these models underneath a Creative Commons license, which is pretty awesome. And if you want to download it, you can download the whole human body data set yourself. So what does it look like? Well, it looks like the image on the far left of the screen. And what we did was we isolated and segmented out the larynx model. And we double-checked to make sure that it was medically accurate, and then added in some colors, textures, and animated it. And this is what I would be delivering to Zoe, and it's up to Zoe to edit, add in special effects, make it colorized beautifully, and you know, she's got a natural talent there, so as you saw, it was absolutely fantastic. But I wanted to add something more. We took the model that we used as part of Zoe's animation and uploaded it onto an online 3D platform that allows other people to interact with it freely. So this is Sketchfab, and you can see this is someone playing about with the model themselves. Now, what's great about Sketchfab is it also allows us to share the model back to the community. So we've released this model underneath a Creative Commons license, which allows other people to download it and use it for their educational purposes as well. So, an example of that is a researcher out in America who's 3D printed our models. And it's a pretty cool collaboration, I would say. So I'm going to hand you over to Rodney Mountain now. He's going to talk about some awesome things.
Not sure what I'm going to talk about. It's just, I think this is just a fantastic journey we've all been on, and I think Natalie, all credit to what you've done in Dundee in creating this environment where we can do this and reach the stage where students are actually creating their own educational tools. I mean, it's just brilliant. And I think if you had a look at the medical school applicants that come out of school, the vast majority of them are very talented, not only just in the sciences, but in the arts as well. And somehow or another, we beat that out of them during a medical curriculum. And I think there are lots of Zoes around if you had a look carefully around amongst our medical school group. And I think if given the resources and given the freedom to do this, can be so creative. And we're trying to do this more and more in Dundee. I think we're on a fantastic journey in the city in the sense of the assets we have with Duncan of Jordanstone College of Art and Design. And I've personally been on a fantastic journey in seeing how just these sort of things can happen through engagement between sciences and arts. And about 5 years ago, I hooked up with the medical art degree students. There's a fantastic one-year medical master's you can do here, and anybody interested, I think it's well worthwhile doing. And what we did is a simple process of offering engagement and saying, look, any of you students interested in coming up into our environment, you can come to theatre with me, watch operations with consent from the patients, you can sketch, you can take photographs, you can get really involved. And this has really grown a very strong link we now have in the medical arts component at the university, and has led to a relationship where we now have some fantastically creative tools that we're using for education. The students doing their masters need to do degree projects. They come to us. We make a few suggestions as to some of our needs from an education point of view, and they've come up with the most wonderful educational tools. I can think of other very creative tools that have been designed by some of our students. There's an online app for the surgical operations that I do as an ENT surgeon that one of the students did. And he literally taught himself right from basics. He wasn't an app designer. And he, in the space of, 2 or 3 months, I think has created an online tool now that is fantastic. Students come to theatre with me and I'm doing a tonsillectomy or putting a grommet in or some of the common operations we do in ENT. I could just say, go get your mobile phone out. There it is. That's the real thing that I'm actually doing, and take them through step by step. But that was all created by a student. And I think it's a fantastic way that we should do this more often. The next stage in this journey has been a link that we're developing with the design students at DJ CAD. And that has really opened up another level of what we really can do in design and innovation in education. And just some fantastic tools that we can actually bring into an educational sense. Lewis, I can see you here in the audience, and I think you'd be a case in point. Lewis is a designer from DJ CAD. We needed an educational resource for showing the pill cam and the sonopill that you'll see outside here. How do we do that? We've used Lewis's abilities as a designer to create that lovely model that's there, and I think says everything, you know, and is scaled up to something that is a fantastic educational resource. But that's drawing on Lewis's sort of skills in that environment. There are some fantastic things on at the Dundee degree show at DJ CAD as we speak, and if any of you haven't been there, I'd really encourage you to go down. A fantastic project that one of the students has done with me, looking at anxiety in kids coming into hospital. You know, kids coming in to have an operation, you're going to have a big old needle put in the back of your hand. There's a lot of fear. And what she came up with as her way to address this was a pop-up book. Now, I mean, I'd never dreamt of a pop-up book as a way of dealing with kids' anxiety. But what it is it's a real physical board that you, as the child coming into hospital, you can pick yourself up and you can take yourself on this little journey, meet the nurse, meet the doctor. Fantastic. And the vision, I think, that these sort of tools could be given to parents and children at home in advance of coming in, and try and reduce anxiety on that basis. And I can quote hundreds of examples of just these interactive things that have gone on between healthcare and DJ CAD at all sorts of different levels. I think where I see the future in the sort of technologies and how we progress in education and healthcare is looking at educational tools for our patients and for our carers in the community. I think that's one of the big challenges we have. We're doing fantastic stuff for our healthcare workers, and I think that'll keep developing. But the future is all about what educational aids can I give you as the patient with a particular disease that you can relate to, that are easy to understand, that are very visual, and that'll help you engage with your illness and managing it yourself. So handing back those tools to you as in the community. I think that, to my mind, is a challenge we should set ourselves for the next 5 or 10 years to really see if we can do that. The technologies that are currently being evaluated, I think virtual reality, augmented reality in education, that's going to grow. And I think that'll be very big in Dundee because we've got a fantastic computer games and computer world here. And there, again, if we can engage with them, I think we can grow things. I was wanting to end just with another thought in technologies that can help us. And this relates to 3D printing. If you'd asked me 2 or 3 years ago, how would you use 3D printing in education, I would have looked at you with this fairly glazed look and not quite understood what you meant. 2 years ago, one of the medical arts students, Caitlin Money, joined us and joined me, and we were looking at what she's going to do as her degree project. And I said, look, one of the challenges we've really got is the complex anatomy of what's known as your temporal bone. If you put your hand behind your ear, you'll tap on the back there's a hard little bump sort of thing. That's called your temporal bone. And your ear, the deep hearing mechanism is inside there. It's very complex. I don't even understand it properly. So the 3D anatomy of that is very, very testing. We have to train our surgeons on how to operate on people's ears. You have to use a drill to drill in behind your ear, to get in, to clear out disease, not damage important nerves. The nerve that goes to your face, that moves your face, goes right through there. Your brain's just a few millimeters away. It's high risk, a high risk area for training our trainees. So currently what we're doing is we use cadaveric temporal bones. In other words, people that have donated their bodies to medical science, we remove that part of the bone, we put it in a little container, and our trainees sit and learn and practice with a drill and a workbook, and then develop that skill before they actually go out and learn to operate under guidance. So the challenge we set Caitlin was, how could you improve on this? What teaching tools could you come up with? And we just let her go and decide what she could achieve. And I can only say we were just gobsmacked at what she came up with after a few months. She scanned the temporal bone, high resolution CT scan, then created a coloured online teaching tool, much like the one you've done, Zoe. And it's out there. It's a resource that anybody can access. It's free to anybody. She then took that 3D image and used it to convert into a CAD, computer-based modeling, to 3D print. And one day came to work and brought me this sort of plastic temporal bone. Wow, this is just amazing that you can actually do this. And we evaluated it as a teaching tool. Superficially, it was fine. You could show the external anatomy, but the internal bit wasn't quite right. You couldn't actually drill it because plastic heats up and melts. So, yeah, great idea, but not a very practical one as a teaching tool. And then just at that time, this was about 18 months ago, we got wind that you can 3D print in ceramic. And there wasn't much being done in the UK at the time, but we found a group in Holland that were printing in ceramics, sent them the file, and about a week later, this thing arrived in a box, 70 quid, and this is what it is. This is my party trick. I always have something in my pockets when I give a talk. But that is a 3D printed, I'll give this to you afterwards just to come and have a feel and have a look. It feels like bone. If you drill it, it's like bone. So now we've suddenly got something very, very valuable in that we can clone these. We can make as many as we want. We can scan children's bones. Now, we can never operate and train our trainees on a child's, even if a child's died, you can never use their body for training purposes. It's just completely, it's not tolerated. But how could we create a resource now that you could teach the surgeons of the future on a small little temporal bone? The anatomy is different. You could do it through using this technique. The next stage of this journey is occurring as we speak, is that we've now realized that there are 3D printers coming where you can actually print the ceramic, the bone, the hard bit, and you can actually print a soft component, the real soft tissue components on the same model. So there's one of the design students doing this as their project this year, and we'll see where that goes. And I predict in the next 5 years or so, we'll be able to go up to printing people. All right, it'll happen. They're doing 3D printing in cells where you can actually recreate a bit of human anatomy that is actually live and can function. But as a teaching tool, this is going to be quite an exciting journey. So thanks very much. I think this is all credit to a team. We're really a great team in Dundee, and that we can do these things together. And I think there's a lot to come. Thanks very much. And I think we'd be happy to take a few questions.
Thanks again, that was incredible. I love the thing in the pocket that you've always got. I also was not surprised to see the endoscope down somebody else's nose. I've had the pleasure of having that done by Rodney as well. As you can probably see outside in the exhibition, we have examples of these kinds of teams coming together. and helping communicate, which is what is quite complex, at least for the layperson. And what I found fascinating was working with Annie and Dr. Richie O'Parka on how we could communicate the P53 gene, which, I'll be honest with you, still I'm having some difficulty with. And I tried to explain it to some of the volunteers the other day, and I got halfway through, and then somebody said, no. And then she took over and she explained it to me, which was really good. But what was amazing was how hard we worked at trying to get the language correct and succinct, but also accurate, but then how all of that was translated into imagery, and how the imagery had a similar, or at least your kind of similar sense of diligence and how to convey this science. And even if Annie will hopefully talk to you about it later, just the characters that you see in her medical illustration, it all has a link. The bow tie that this particular person wore was something that this character always wore, and it's there in her imagery as well. So all of that I thought was absolutely incredible. And you also see in the story of the sono pill and the kind of history of endoscopy, and also in the anti-malarial compound from the drug discovery unit and the Andy Warhol style malaria molecules in the panel. So thanks so much. It's been such a pleasure, working with all of you to try and get an insight. And this is kind of where we're at, where designers are working with educators and doctors to try and communicate things that are fundamentally complex, but also kind of carry on a tradition of illustrators, trying to eliminate that gap between thought and language. One of the titles that you proposed for this was Beyond Grey's Anatomy, an evolution of Grey's Anatomy, which is in its 40th edition, I think. Is that right? I'm going to stop babbling now. It's the end of the day. Does anyone have any questions for this gang? I am. We're streaming. We're live.
Hi, thank you very much for the talk. Very informative, and as a matter of fact, I work for the med school and didn't know your unit existed. And that's despite working with Annie on the Sonopill exhibit. Yes, I'm Ben. Hi. And Lewis, of course. My history is that I am sole physician on an engineering project, which sort of leaves me left with explaining all the anatomy, histology to the engineers. And I'm very much guilty of killing them with PowerPoints on that one. Enough to where I know they lose attention, because when I ask them the question, they go, you don't know. I'm going to get to the point in the fact that I think it might be a great opportunity for the med students, the SSCs, to expand from not just medics, but to biomedical engineering. I'm also in charge of educating DCAT students, medics, as well as master's students, and it would be a great way for both of them to learn the language of the different disciplines. Often, as a matter of fact, coincidentally, I'm blogging right now about how anatomy for engineers, and the title of it was like Anatomy for Engineers. It's all Greek and Roman for me. I've had a great argument with people about terminology, and this might be an excellent opportunity for medics to build very simple anatomy teaching tools for engineers. And I can tell you that I'm with gastroenterology, but some of my engineering students are on different disciplines within the anatomy, so they would have to be quick but effective. So, and I can see that I'm getting great amounts of nods from here, so perhaps we should talk at another time.
I think there's lots of scope there, and as you were speaking, what also struck me is my husband's a lawyer often in legal cases he's looking at anatomy to try and understand, what's happened with this blunt instrument to the head, and he's had things with eyes and all sorts of things. I think there's probably an opportunity to actually support a number of different disciplines, but absolutely, so we should talk afterwards.
Yep.
My husband doesn't want to talk, but he worked on Grey's Anatomy as the illustrator, as one of the illustrators. But the one thing he's been doing it for 30 years, and I've watched as money's been cut and cut and cut. And now the Elsevier, one of the biggest companies in Philadelphia, he is basically having to be his own editor. Work is going back and forward. I think it's wonderful. You're very lucky you have all that money. But I think they need to know that you come into the real world as well, and that money isn't there. Anyway.
I mean, money is a challenge, and it's actually another of the reasons to get students involved, because we only have one Annie. And the dental school has an Emily who does some really fantastic work, and there is far more work to be done than these two individuals can do. And I guess this is partly why we're keen to involve students as well, because they do have those talents, and it's a way to kind of prepare them to teach for the future as well, because most doctors will have to have a role as a teacher. But you're absolutely right, and I think the funding for anything educational, there isn't a lot of money around at the moment, and the real world is very, very challenging. Which again is another reason why the whole Creative Commons movement to us is such a boom, because we don't have to start from scratch or reinvent the wheel, but we can take other people's work and build on it and repurpose it and share it back, as Annie's already highlighted.
Did you have a question? No. Sorry. Would anyone else like to make a comment or ask a question before we wrap up? Thanks so much to everyone today who's stayed for multiple talks, but before you disappear and hopefully go and see some of the examples that these people have helped contribute to for this design exhibition and to the festival, could we please say thank you to Zoe, Natalie, Annie and Rod, who've put on an incredible talk and also a wonderful finale to today's talks programme. So thank you very much.
Yeah, that's it.